Hello friends, welcome back to Snippet Coder, and as promised we are going to start our new series on WooCommerce integration with our Flutter application. So in this series we are going to learn a lot of things like how you can set up the WooCommerce for the mobile application, APIs and all. And also you will learn how we can do the API integration in the Flutter application from basic to advanced level, and lot of more things you are going to learn in this series. So before starting this video, if you are new to our channel, subscribe to the channel by clicking the subscribe button and click the bell icon to get notified about our latest videos. Thank you. So this is our application. You can see here, first of all, we have the section for the searching app. We can do any product searching and all. After that, we have the section for our sliders here, and all the slider will be come from our WordPress API and all. After that, we have the section for the categories here, and all the categories are from the WooCommerce. Then we have the section for the weekly deals, and these deals are also we will configure in our WordPress and WooCommerce, and that will become here. And when we click on the see all, it will show all the deals over there. And in the bottom you will see here we have the first icon for the home with the shop. Then we have our categories here. You can see here we are getting here categories, and when we click on this category you will see all the categories which are configured in our WooCommerce. Then we have the section for the cart here, and all the items which are in our cart will be displayed here with the product image, product name, product quantity here, and price. Then we have the remove button here, and here in the bottom you will see here go to checkout here. And here also if we go to the category and if we click any of the category, you will see all the listing for the product listing and all. And from here we will have the filters and all here like this way. And then if we click on this product here, it will open the product details here, and we have the option for add to basket and all. Same in our go kart also. And then we have the account section here, and in the account we have our email ID, name, and the profile pic. Then we have the orders here, then we have the profile here. When we click here in the profile, it will give the option for edit profile and all. Then we have the address here, then we have the about here, and then we have the logout button here. So all this we are going to cover in this series. So first of all, we have to make sure we are having these things with us so that you can set up the APIs and all. You should have one domain name, then you should have the SSL. After that, you need a WordPress install in that domain name. Along with that, you need the WooCommerce also over the application. So this is our WordPress admin panel, and there you can see we are having a WordPress version number 6.0.4.2. and for set up that APIs and all, you have to first go to the setting here. Inside that, in the permalinks, you have to click here, and here you have to make sure you have selected the structure as a post name here. Then you have to click here save here. So now you have to do some setting in the server setting also. If you are using that Linux machine, then you have to do the changes in the .htaccess. For that you have to put this lines of code and over there. And in case you are using that Windows server, then you have to do the changing in the web.config file, and these are the changing you have to do there. So now we have to go to our WooCommerce settings. Here you have to click on the advanced here. Here you have to click on the REST API, And from here you have to create a keys here, and these keys will be used for accessing the APIs from our WooCommerce to our any front-end application. So now we will click here in the add key. Here you have to put the description here, like if we put here demo keys, and here you have to select the user. Then the permission, make sure you are giving the read and write both permission, because read permission will only get the data from that WooCommerce, but we also need the write permission also, so that we can create the order and everything over there via our APIs and all. For that purpose, we require the read and write both. Then we have to click on the generate API keys. So from here you can copy this information. Also you can download this QR code and you can scan it, and you will get both the consumer key and consumer secret. And make sure you will copy from here, because once you go back to any other screen, then this will be not visible anywhere and you will not able to recover these keys. So you have to make sure you will copy these keys in the secure place and all. So these are the settings which will be required in the WooCommerce, so that we can make the APIs accessible and all. So now let's do some tests in our Postman or any other HTTP REST client, and we will do the get APIs testing and all. So first of all, you have to put the URL here in the request, get request. After that, you have to put a slash, then you have to put here wp-json/wc/v3/ and you have to put the endpoint for the whatever the API you are testing here. And here we are just testing for that product API. We will put here products. After that, we have to put some query parameters, and here we will put here consumer_key, and you have to put a consumer key which we are creating in the API keys creation and all in the WordPress. Then you have to put a consumer_secret, and you have to put your secret key. And one thing you will notice here, the consumer key will be start with the CK_ the key, and in the same way consumer secret will be start with the CS_ this key. After that, we have to put here per page, that means how many records we have to show per page, and we will put here 10. And here we have to put the page, like a page number for that the data we are showing here. We'll put here 1, and now we will click on this send button. You will see here load is loading here, and we will get the response here. You can see here we are getting all the response here, like the product name, param links, date created, then we have the type, status, features, everything we are getting here for that product rated. So now the issue is like we are getting a lot of information in this product details, but we require the limited details so that our mobile application or any front-end application will be faster. And because if we get all this information, then the response will be slow here. Like you can see here, we are getting the response in 6 seconds just for the 10 record, and we are getting all the unnecessary data also, which is not required. So to overcome this problem, we have the solution for this one. So what we have to do for that, here in the parameter, we will add a new field here. We will put a underscore fields. We will put here for the array, and we will put the field name which we required here. We will put a name, and again we have to copy this one. We will paste here, and here we will put here price. Same way we can do for the ID also, product ID. So now we will click here send here. You can see here we are getting the same number of records here, but the data which we are getting here is name, price, and the ID of the product ID. And also you will notice here the time which has been taken for getting this response is around 4.61 seconds. That means 2 seconds faster this API is, because we are just returning here only the required field which is required for our application. And you can see here we are having a name, price, ID. In this way, if whatever the field is required for, as per your requirement, you can just put here in this field, and you will only get the data for that particular fields only. So now let's move further, and this is all about our get API requests and all. In the same way we can do for the other APIs also, like if we put here products/categories, and we will get the response for that categories and all. You can see here we are getting here ID, then we have the name of the category, Like this way we are getting all the data for the categories also. So now let's move further, and now we will do the HTTP post request here. For that HTTP post request, we are going to do for our login process, and for doing the login process we require one plugin in our WordPress, and the plugin name is JWT Authentication for WP REST API version 2. This one we have to install in our plugin section. So here we have already installed this plugin. You can see here this JWT Authentication for WP REST API, and if we click on this view detail, you will see this is the same plugin. So now we will go to our REST client to test this API. So here we will create a new request here. So here we have to change the URL, and we have to remove it from here. After this WP JSON, we have to put here JWT auth /v1/token, and we have to change it here post request. In the headers we have to pass here content type, and we have to use the content type as a application. This one application /x www form URL encoded. In the body we are going to use our form encode, and here we will put username, password. And before doing that, we will just disable this plugin, and we will see the before and after result of this API. Here we will disable this plugin. You can see here this plugin disable here. So now we'll go back there. We'll put here test, and we will click here send. You will see here we are getting here error, that is no route was found matching the URL and request method. That means this route is not found because we have disabled the plugin here. So now what we will do, we will enable that plugin. So now this plugin is enabled here. We will go back there. Now we will click again on the send request. Now you will notice here that response has been changed. This response is coming with the help of this plugin here, and here you will see we are getting a code message data. In the message you will see here user test is not registered on this site. If unsure of your username, try email address instead. So now we will do one thing. We will put here the valid username and password here, snippetcoder@gmail.com, and we will put here username password test 123456. Now we will click on the send here. You will see here we are getting that token here, user email, user nice name, user display name. So on the basis of this token we will just get the user ID, and that all that parsing and all we will cover in our Flutter application and all. So in this way we will able to do the post requests also with our APIs and all. So we required 4 packages in our application, and the first one is a Flutter _SVG, and this will be used for loading the SVG images in our Flutter application. And the second package which we are going to use is Flutter _staggered grid view, and this will be used for showing that categories and all. And the third one we are going to use is HTTP package, and this one will be used for doing the API integration with our Flutter application and the REST API integration. And the last package which we are going to use in our application is the snippet code _utils, and this we are going to use for the multiple utilities which we have created. So now let's move to the code part. So this is our application, and first of all we have to go to the pub spec, and there we have to add all the packages, and here we will add all the packages here. After that we have to also add the asset folder, and here we will remove all this commented code. Here we will add the assets. After that we will add this asset/icon folder, and there we will have all the SVG for our bottom navigation and all. So here we have to do that folder structure and all. Here we will first create a new folder, that is pages. Inside that we will add all the pages for our application. After that we will create new folder, that is models. That will be used for our all the models classes which we are going to use in our Flutter application. Then we will create one new folder, that is utils. Here inside the pages we have to create two folders. First one is the dashboard. Second one will be the categories. Because in this video we are going to cover two things. First one is the dashboard, that will be have the bottom navigations, and the second one will be for our categories page. Inside the dashboard we will create new file, that will be dashboard_page.dart file. We will make it as a stateful widget, and we will name it as a dashboard page. So now we have to go to the main.dart file. Here we have to remove all the unnecessary code here, and we will remove this one. Here also we have to remove this theme, home, everything we have to remove. First of all we have to disable our debug show check mod banner which is shown in our application, and we will make it as a false here. Then we have to create the routes here, and before that we have to create one visit for our default route. Default home is equal to dashboard page. So it will be like whenever the application is loaded we have to show the first default page here, and that will be our dashboard page. And here we have to put the routes here. We will make it as a string comma visit builder. Now here we have to give default one context underscore default home. Here we have to put this one. Yeah. So now what we have to do, we have to create the bottom navigation, and for that we have to go to our dashboard folder. Inside that we will create one new file, that will be our navigator underscore item.dart file. And here first of all we will create one class here, and we will name it as a navigator item, and we have to put here few variables. First one will be our string type of label, icon path, then the index here, int type of index, then we have the final visit screen. And here we have to import our material package, and here we have to create a constructor also, this dot label, this dot icon path, this dot index, this dot screen. So now we have to create one static list collection for this navigator icon, and there we will put our all the navigator for our dashboard, and we will put here list navigator item navigator items is equal to, and we'll make the collection here. Inside that we have to create here navigator item, and we have to give the first name shop. Here we have to put the path icon for the icon, assets icon slash shop underscore icon dot svg, index will be 0, and screen will be like what screen will be open when we click on that navigation. And here we are just putting here size box because we have not going to create that screen in this video. Same way we will copy this one. Here we have to put the comma, then we will copy this one and we will paste 3 times. And second one will be our categories, and here we have to put the icon name as a category icon. Then we have the cart here, and we will put here cart icon. Then we have the last page, that will be account, and we will put here account underscore icon. And for this category we have to create one new page inside our categories, and we will name it as a categories underscore page dot file, and we will make it as a stateful widget, stateful, and we'll put here categories page, and now we will link this page over there. So now what we have to do, we have to go to our dashboard page, and there we have to write line of code here. First of all, we have to put here one variable that will be in type of current index, and this will be used when, like, if we click on the shop icon, it will make the index as a 0. When we click on the categories, it will make the index as a 1, and in the same way for that cart page and the account page also. Here we have to make it as a scaffold widget. Inside that we have to put the body here, and for the body we are going to use this navigator items, and we will pick it from our this current index dot screen. So whatever the index for that particular tab, it will show that screen which we mentioned here. And for the bottom navigation bar, we have to make here one widget for the bottom navigation bar, and we will name it as a build bottom navigator bar, and from here we will return bottom navigation bar. Now here we have to put the background color, and we are using here white color for the background, colors dot white color. Then we have the current index, we will pick it from our this variable current index. Then we have the on tab event, and whenever any tab will be clicked, then we have to call here this tab event. We have to call it set state, and we will change the state for that current index is equal to this index. Here we have to remove this curly brackets. Then we have to give the type here, and here we are using bottom navigator bar type is equal to fix. Then we are using here selected item colors. For that we have to create one utility here for the colors also, and we will create new file here, colors dot file. Here we will make one class, that is class app colors, and we have to put two variables here. One is for the primary color and one is for the dark color, and we are using these two colors. One is a green and second one dark gray for that our text and all. So here we will change it to app color dot primary color. Then we have to give the styling for our selected label, and here we have to use the font weight, and we are using a font weight dot W600. Same we have to do for our unselected label style also. We will put here unselected label style. Unselected item color we are using here colors dot black color. Then here for the items we are mapping here with the navigator bar items dot map, and here we have to create one more function here. Bottom navigator bar item will be our return type, and we will put here get navigator bar item, and we have to pass here the collection and that object here, and we will put here navigator getter item, and from here we will check the color here. Color icon color is equal to item dot index is equal to current index. Then we will pick it from our app color dot primary color, else we will pick it from our colors dot black color. And here we will check if that, so here we will check if that icon is selected here, then we have to make that color as a green, else we will make it as a black color, default color. And from here we will return bottom navigator bar item. We'll pass a label, that will be item dot label. Icons we are using here svg picture dot assets, and here we have to import here this package Flutter SVG. So here it is added now, and we have to put here svg pitch dot asset, and we have to pick it from our asset folder, and we'll pass here item dot icon path. Then we have to put the color here, and we are using a icon color. Now here we have to call this function, and we have to pass here e, that will be this item, and dot to list. So what we did here, we have created a dashboard page here, and inside that we are just calling this body part, and in the body also we have to call this function bottom navigator bar, and we have to call this function, and we will link here. And here in the build bottom navigation bar, we have returning here that bottom navigation bar with the background color white. Current index we are passing for this variable. Then we have the on tab event. When we click on any of that tab, it will open that particular page. Then we have the type here. We are telling here that bottom navigation bar type will be fixed. Then we have the item color. We are putting here green color for that selected items, and by default unselected item color will be our black color. In the item, we are just created one function for the get navigator bar item, and inside that we are just returning here our bottom navigation bar item, and we are putting here to list. So now let's run the application and see the bottom navigation bars are coming or not. So here you can see we are getting the navigation here. We have our first icon, that is shop. After that we have our categories, then we have the cart icon, then we have the account icon, and here in the category we click, we will get nothing because we have not yet created anything. So now let's move further, and we will do the integration with our API for our category page and all. So first of all, what we will do, we will go to our lib folder, and inside that we have our model folders, and there in the models we have to create a new file that will be our category model, and we will name it as a category underscore model dot file. And here we have to create our class here, class category model, and there we have to create 3 variables, and from the API we will fetch only category ID, category name, and the image. Here we will put in type of category ID. Then we have our string type of category name. Then we have our image model, and we have to create one image model class also, class image model. There we will have only one variable, string type of URL. Here we have to create the constructor here, image model, this dot URL. Then we will put here image model dot from JSON map string dynamic JSON URL is equal to JSON, and that variable name will be src, that means source. Now here we have to make it image model, or we can put here image. Now we have to create a constructor here, category model, this dot category ID, this dot category name, this dot image. Now here also we will do the same, category model dot from JSON, and we will pass here map string dynamic JSON. First variable will be our category ID is equal to JSON, and we will pass here ID. Same we will do for our category name also, and here we will change it to name. Now we have to do for our image also. We will put here image is equal to JSON image. If not of null, then we will call here image model from JSON, and we will pass here JSON will be our JSON, and we will put here null. And here also we can do one thing, like if we get any and sign in our name and all, that also we can replace here by putting here replace all, and we will put here this like this way. And here we have to make one small function here for converting our all the list of JSON into our proper list collection for this category model and all. And for that we will put here this one, that will be return type as a list of category model, and name will be categories from JSON. And here we will pass the JSON, whatever the JSON we are getting from the API. And from here we will call list category model dot from, and we will do the mapping and all. So now let's move further, and we will create one new file here. That will be our config file, config dot file, and we will create a class config, and we have to create couple of variables. First one will be static type of string key, and here we'll put our secret keys and all. Second one will be our secret key, and third one will be our string type of API URL. And here you have to make sure you are putting the keys which we have created in our episode number 1 in our WooCommerce admin panel. There we have created those keys and all, that you have to put here. If you have not put that, it will not work. And here we will put our URL, that will be groceryapp.snippetcoder.com. Then we have to create one more variable, string type of API endpoint, and we will put here /wp json/wc/v3. Now our next variable will be static string, that will be categories URL is equal to products/categories. So what we did here, we have just created one config file. There we define all the keys, secret keys, API URL, endpoints, and the category URLs and all. So now let's move further, and we will create our API service file. Now here we have to create one more folder, and we will name it as a API folder. Inside that we will create one file, that will be API_service.dart file. Now first of all we have to import here, import package http.dart as http. Then here we have to create class API service, and here we have to create the variable static var client is equal to http.client. Now we have to create one function. We will make it as a static variable, and we will make this function as a static here, static, and return type will be future. List category model will be our output which we have created here. This category model, that will be the list category model we will return from this function, and we will name it as a get categories, and we will make this one as a async here. Now here we have to pass the request headers. We'll put here map string request headers, and we are passing here content type application JSON. Here we have to make a variable for the query string, map string dynamic query string is equal to, and here we have to create couple of variables. First one will be our consumer key, and we have to map it with our config key. Same way we have to do for the secret also, secret, and here also change it to consumer secret. Then here we have to pass here one more thing, that will be parent, and here we are only getting parent category only, and we will pass here as 0. So now what we have to do, we have to only get the selected field from our API, and for that what we will do, we will put here underscore fields, and we'll put here brackets. Now here we have to make one array, and here we have to define the column name which we have to return from this API, and we have to return here ID, name, image dot source. Three things we have needed in from this API. So that's why we will put here fields variable, and it will only return us these three variables in our API. And then we have to put here per page, means we have to show 100 records per page, and we are putting here hard coded 100. Then we have to put here page 1. So now what we have to do, we have to create one variable here where URL is equal to, and we will make the URL here uri.https, and you have to make sure your domain name will be on HTTPS proper SSL, else it will not work properly. Now here we have to put here config.api URL, then we have config.api endpoint plus config.api category URL, and here we have to pass query strings. Now here we have to create one more variable where response is equal to await client dot get request, because this is the get request, and we have to pass a URL, and here we have to pass the headers as a request headers. Now here we will check if response dot status code is equal to 200. That means the success we are getting at 200, and we are getting the data from the server. We will put here where data is equal to JSON decode, and we have to pass here response dot body, and from here we will return the function which we have created in our model file, and we'll put here categories from JSON, and we will pass this one. So what it will do, whatever the JSON string we are getting there, it will convert that JSON into our proper model file and all, and it will return from here. In the else condition, we will return here null. So what we did here, we have created one class that is API service, and that class we are going to use in our whole application for the multiple function and all. Then we have created the request headers here. After that, we are creating the query string, which is very important here, and we have to pass a consumer key and consumer secret key. If we not pass this one, the API will not return any data. Then we are passing here parent as a 0. That means we have to only get the categories which are parent categories. No child category will be, or any subcategory will not return from here. If we want to return the subcategory also, you can comment this line of code, and here in the fields we have to mention that what type of data we have to return from this API, and we are just requiring three variables like ID, category name, and the image dot source. Then we have the per page, we have to return 100 record per page, and the page number we are passing here 1. Then here we have to make one variable that is URL is equal to uri.https, and here we are passing here API URL. Then we have our API endpoints, category URLs. Then we have the query string, and after that we are just getting the response by calling client.getRequest by passing the URL and the request headers. Then we are checking here if the response code is 200, that means we are getting a success from the server. Then we are just decoding the JSON which we are getting by calling here JSON decode response.body pass we are passing here, and then we are just calling our function that is category from JSON, and we are passing this data here that will decode all the data and return us the list and all, and in else we are calling here return null. So now let's move further and let's do the integration of this API in our UI part. So now we have to create our category UI, and after that we will integrate the API with it. So first of all, we have to go to our pages. Inside that we have the categories folder, and there we have to create one file, and we will name it as a category underscore item card visit dot file. Now we have to make it as a stateless visit, and here we will name it as a category item card visit. Here we have to create few variables and we will make it as a final category model, as a name as a item. Then we have final double height is equal to 150, and this will be the height for that particular box for the category. Then we have our final double width is equal to 175. Then we have final color, border color is equal to constant, and we will use here gray color from our app colors dot dark gray. And here we have to pass the required field, that will be our this dot item, this dot, and we will make it as a required here. Then here we have to put that border radius also, double of border radius is equal to 10 or is equal to 18. Then we have to create one more variable, final color, that we will pass from here. This dot color is equal to colors dot blue color. So here we have to return here column wizard, because it will be like image, and below that image we have the category name. Then we have main axis alignment, and we are using a main axis alignment dot center. Cross axis alignment, we are using a cross axis alignment dot center. Then we have our children here, and we are using a center wizard. And a child, we are using a container, and we are doing the decoration with our box decoration. And a color, we are passing here color dot opacity dot 1. Then we have our border radius, and we are using here with our border radius dot circular, and we will pass this variable. After that we have our child here, and we are using a column wizard. Cross axis alignment, we are using a cross axis alignment dot center. Then we have the children here, and we are using a container. Height will be 90 and width will be 100. Then we have the child here, and we are using a size box. Width we are using here 80. Child, we are using here our image dot network image. We are picking from our item dot image model dot URL. And after that we have to show the text here, and we will use a size box. Height we are using here 30. Child, we are using a text widget. We pass here item dot category name style, and here we have to apply the style here. We'll put a text style, font size 12. We have the text align, and we are using a text align dot center. So what we did here, we have created one category item card widget, and there we have our column widget. Inside that we have our two columns. First one will be our for the image, and second one will be for the text for the category name. And here we will put constant. So now let's move further, and we will do the integration of the API with this card widget and our category page. We will open here category page.dart file. So first of all, we have to create one widget here. There we will use our staggered widget. We will name it as a get staggered grid, and in the parameter we will pass here list type of category model data here, and from here we will return staggered dot count, and here cross count we are using here 4. That means we will show 4 category in the one row. Then we have our main axis spacing, we are using here 4.0. Then we have our cross axis spacing, we are using a 1. Now in the children's we will put here data dot as map dot entries dot map, and we will map it with our widget here, and here we will write index is equal to e dot key, and on the basis of this key we will get the data, and we will map it with our category model category item is equal to e dot value, and from here we will return gesture detector on tap event. We are not passing anything for now. In the child we are using here, and before that we have to put here to list. Now in the child we have to put here container, and the padding we are using here dot all 10, and here we have the child, and we are using here category image cart category item cart visit, and we will pass here this category item. And for the colors we can create here one array for the colors, multiple colors we can show randomly for each record. These are the color we are using here, grid colors, and we will pass here hex color, grid color, and here we have to pass the index mode of grid color dot length, and here we will pass the brackets here. So now we have to create one more widget here, and that will be used for the future builder, and we will call the APIs and all. We will put here visit underscore category list, categories list, and from here we will return future builder. Here in the future we have to put here API service dot get categories, and in the builder we have to put here two things. First one will be our build context, then we have our snapshot. We will use here async snapshot list category model, and here we will check if model dot has data, then we will return here this function. In the brackets we will pass this model dot data, and in default we will just call here our circular progress indicator, and now we have to call this category list from our here, and here we have to make the scaffold visit first, then we have to pass the body with safe area, then we have the child here, and we are using a column visit. Inside that we have all the children's, and first of all we have to give some spacing in the top. We will put here size box height 20, then we have to show the label here, and we will put here constant center visit. Child we are using a text visit all categories, and we will give some styling here, style text style, font size 20, font weight dot bold. After that we have to give some spacing here. We will use a size box height 20, then we have to use the expanded visit. In the child we are using a single child scroll view, and because we have to give some scrolling also for the category list and all. And physics we are using a constant always scrollable physics. Child we have to pass here this underscore category list. So what we did here, we have created a category page, and there we have created two widgets. First one for the staggered grid, and there we are just doing the looping and all, and we are just calling our category image card widget, and from there we are just passing this category image data. Then we have our category list widget, and there we are just calling our future builder with our API calling and all, and there we are checking if we have any data, then we are just calling this function, and by default we are just showing a circular progress indicator. So now let's run the application, see is it working or not. So now if I click on the categories, you can see load is loading here. You can see here we are getting the data here, and there we have our images. Before that we have our all categories label here, and then we have the images for our category, then we have our category names here coming. You can see here this is scrolling also because we have used here single scroll view, and in the same way if we refresh again it will load the data. So in our application, we are going to use the provider statement. So this is our application. So in the previous two videos, we have covered the setup for the APIs. In the second episode, we have covered the category API integration, category UI in our Flutter application. So if you have not watched the video, first watch that video before starting with this video. So now we will go to PubSpec. Here we added our provider here package. Then we have to go to the config.dat file also. So here in the config.dat file, we have to define one more variable, and that will be static string products URL is equal to, and here we will write products. So now we have to create a model file, and for the model we are just going to put the few fields which will be required in our application. Here we will create a new file and we will name it as a product_item.dat file. Here we have to create the class here, class product model, and we have to define few of that variables. First one will be our int type of product ID. Then we have a string type of, and we will make it nullable also, product name. Then we have our string type of description. Then we have a string type of price. Then we have a string type of regular price. Then we have our string type of sale price. Then we have to write here a list type of image model, and we have to create that class also. And here we will put images. And before proceeding here, we have to first create this model also, and that will be similar to our category model. We can copy from there also. We will copy this one and we will paste here. So now here we have to create a constructor here. We will write here product model, and we have to define all the variables which we have created. First one will be this type of product ID, this type of product name, this type of price, this type of regular price, this type of sale price. Then we have this type of images. After that we have to write here product model dot from JSON, and we will pass here map type of string dynamic JSON, and we have to map all the fields which we are getting from our JSON API JSON, and we will write here product ID is equal to JSON, and we have to write here the field name which is coming from the API, and you have to make sure that name will be matched with the API response. That only you have to write here in the right side, and in the left side you have to write the variable name which we have defined here. So next one will be our product name is equal to, we will copy this one and we will write here name. Then we have the description here. We will write here JSON short underscore description, or we can use our proper description also. It's all depend on the requirement. And one thing here, in the short description or the description, we will get the HTML tags also, but we don't require that in our Flutter application. Then you can replace it with the regular expression, and for that we have to write this code toString dot replace all, and here you have to put the regular expression for the removing all the HTML tags and all. Then you have to write a price is equal to JSON price. Then you have our regular price is equal to JSON regular underscore price. Then you have the sale price is equal to JSON sale underscore price. Then here you have to check if we are getting the response for the images, then only we will do the parsing and all. We will write here JSON, and here we will get the collection of the images, so that's why we have to put here images not equal to null. Then we will write here images is equal to list type of image model dot empty growable true. That means we are creating the object here, and we are telling here this object is going to be grow, like more data will be coming in this object. And then here we have to write JSON images for each, and here we have to add here images colon dot add, and we have to add it from our this image model dot from JSON v will be this value. So what we're doing here, we have created one class here, product model, and there we are just define the few variable which is required in our application. You can increase the variable as per your requirement, but here we required only product ID, because on the basis of that product ID we can display the product details also in the next screen. Then we have this product name, then we have the description, price, regular price, sale price. Then here we have our images, then we have the constructor part here, and then we are just doing that from JSON so that we can do the parsing and all. And we are just passing from our product ID, product name, description, price, regular price, sale price. Then we are checking here if that JSON images is not of null. Then we are just getting the object for this images list collection. Then we are just doing the for each for this JSON images, and we are adding in this array. And similar for the image model also we did the same. So before moving further, also we have to write the one function here which will return our list of product models here. That will be similar which we did in the category model also. We can just copy from here and we can write here, and here we will change it to product model here also, and this one we will change it to products from JSON. So what it will do, it will just return us the list of product model from our API response and all. So now let's move further and we will go to our API service file, and there we will write the code for our getting the products and all. And for doing that, we can also copy the same function from our existing code, that is get category. We will just copy this one and we will write here, and we will modify this code. First of all, we will change here to product model. Here we will change it to get products, and here in that query string we have to keep this consumer key and consumer secret key here. Then you have to remove this one which is not required, and here in the fields you have to change the fields according to this product API. First one will be the ID, then name, then we have our price here, then we have our regular price, then we have our sale underscore price, then we have our short description, then we have our images. So we are fetching only ID, name, price, regular price, sale price, short description, then we have the images here. And for this per page and page we have to remove from here, because we are going to implement the lazy loading here. Lazy loading will be like, first we will load the 10 products. When the user reach to the end of the page, bottom of the page, then we will load 10 more records, and in the similar way we will keep on doing the same till the time we not fetch all the records. And this is called a lazy loading, and also we can call it as a pagination also. And here we have to pass few of that parameters. First one will be in type of page number, then we have our in type of page size, then we have a string str search that will be used for searching any product, string type of category ID, because we are going to fetch the product on the basis of the categories also. When we click on any of the category, then it will load that products under that category. Then we have a string type of sort by, then we have a string type of sort order is equal to ascending. Then here we have to check if str search is not equal to null. That means we are passing the variable value for this str search. Then we will pass in this query string as a query string, and here we have search, and we will pass this value str search. That means whenever we pass any str search value, then it will search that particular product here. In the similar way we have to do for our page size also. Page size, here we have to pass per page, and we will change here page size. Then we have our page number, here we have our page number, and here we will pass page. And then we have to do for the category ID also. We will check here if it is not of null, and here we have to check if str search is equal to empty or str search is equal to null. Then only we will pass this filter, else what it will do, it will just pass the str search with the category ID also. So now we have to pass here query string category ID category is equal to category ID. Then we have to do for the sorting also. We will put here sort by, and here we have to change it to order by. Here we will change it to sort by, and last one we have to put here order, and here we have to change it to sort order. That will be ascending or descending order for the result order. And here also, here we are already providing that default value, so there is no need for putting any comparison for our null check and all. We can remove here. So here we have to change it to products URL, and here we will change it to products from JSON. Rest all of the things will be same. So what we did here, we have created one function for the get products, and the return type will be for our list type of product model, and there we are passing few variables like page number, page size, str search, category ID, sort by, sort order. And here we have the request header, then we have the query string. Inside that we have consumer key, consumer secret key, and the fields. That is very important, because if we not pass this one, it will fetch all that data from the product API, which is not even required in our API. Like extra field will become, but to reduce the size for the JSON, also to speed up the APIs, we can pass this field variable so that it will fetch only those fields which is required for our application. And then we are just filling our query string for our str search, page size, then we have our page number, category, and then we have the sort by, then we have the sort order. Then we are just having the URL, and we are just doing here get request, and we are checking here if the client status code is our 200. Then we are just returning here products from JSON. So now let's move further, and we will create our provider file so that we have the integration for our this API calling in our provider, so that we can maintain the state for our product listing and all, for our pagination and all. So now let's move further. So now we have to write the code for our provider file, and for that we have to go to our folder structure, and there we will create a new folder that will be named as a provider, and inside that we have to create a new file. We will name it as a products_provider file, and here we have to write the class here, class products provider, and we will write here with change notifier. So here we have to write few of the variables, and first one will be our list type of product model underscore products list, and we will initialize with the empty array. We will make it as a final here. Then we have to do for the sort by, and before that we have to create one class here for our class sort by, and we have two variables here. First one will be value, then we have our text, then we have our sort order. Here we have to create the constructor here, sort by, this dot value, this dot text, this dot sort order, and also we have to create one enum also, enum load more status, and we have three status: initial, loading, stable. Now here we have to create the object for our sort by underscore sort by is equal to, and that will be our default sort by we are providing here. Value will be popularity, text will be whatever the text we want to give, and this is the value which will be passed in our API, and we will put here popularity, and the sort order we are passing here ascending. Next we have to create a variable for int type of total pages is equal to 0, page size is equal to 10, and here we have to put comma, and here we have to put semicolon. Then we have the load mode status underscore load mode status is equal to load mode status dot stable. By default status we will put as a stable here. Then we have to define the variables for our string underscore str search is equal to empty underscore category ID is equal to empty. Then we have to do the get for this variable so that we can access it in our pages, because all these are our private variables that we have to set from this provider. And then we have to make the variable for the get also, so that we can call from our other pages. List type of product model, get all products, and here we have to map it with our underscore product list. Then we have our double, get total records underscore product list dot length dot to double. Here we have to put double. Then we have our load mode status, get load more status, and we have to assign it with our underscore load mode status. Then we have our string type of get str search, and we will map it with our underscore search. Same we have to do for this category also, and we have to remove underscore from here. Then we have to create a constructor here, and here we have to create one function for reset stream that will be basically used for reset some values and all. And before that we have to create here void reset streams underscore product list dot clear. Then we have to set the load mode status, and that we have to create here set load more state, and we have to pass here load more status. Here we have to pass load more status is equal to this load more status, and we have to pass here notify listener true. So what it will do, when we set any value, it will do the notify listener, then we will get the whatever the updated value is, and wherever this value is used, it will be updated that value. And now we have to call this one from here, and we have to pass here load mode status dot initial, and from here we have to pass the reset streams, and from here we will do the sort by also, and we will set this one. After that we have to create one function for our fetch product also, and we will write here fetch products, and here we have to pass page number. That will be the required field, and rest of the variables we can make it as a optional. And we have string str search, string category ID, then we have string as a nullable sort by, then we have string sort order is equal to ascending. And from here, first of all, we set the load mode status. We will set here set load mode status dot loading. Then we have our list type of product model, item model is equal to, and from here we will call our APS service, and we have to make this function as async here, and here we have to write await APS service dot get products, and we have to map these values str search. We will map it with our underscore str search. Same we have to do for the page number, and here we have to map it with our page number. Then we have page size, and we will map it with our page size, and we will map it with our page size. Then we have our sort by, and then we have our category ID, and we will map it with our category ID. Then we have our sort by, and we will map with our underscore sort by dot value, because this is a class we are using here, and inside that we have our value text sort order, and we have to map it with our value. Then we have our sort order, and we will map it with our sort by dot sort order, and here we will check if item model dot is not empty. Then we will call here underscore product list dot add all, and we will pass this item model. Then we have to set here set load mode status dot stable. Then we will call here notify listener. So what we did here, we have just we have created one function, that is fetch product, and there we have passed off some variables like page number, str search, category ID, sort by, sort order. Then we have our set load more status, and we are passing a load more status dot loading because we are just going to hit the API. That's why we are making the state as a loading here. Then we are just calling our API by calling the get products, and we are assigning it with our list type of product models. There we are passing the str search, page number, page size, category ID, sort by, sort order, and then we are just checking here if this is not empty, then we are just filling our product list with add all, and we are passing this item model here, and we are setting here set load more status. We are just passing a stable. That means we have got all that data from the server. Now we are making it load more status as a stable here, and we are just calling a notify listener. After that, we have to create few more functions here for setting our sort order, for our searching for our product category and all. We have to write here set sort order, and we have to pass a sort by, and here we have underscore sort by is equal to sort by, and we have to reset the stream here. So what it will do when we change any sorting here, then it will change this sort by and set the new value, and then at the same time we will just call this reset stream also, so that it will empty the existing data and all. And from here we are just calling this load more status also as initial here, and after that we have to create here set search str, and we have to pass here value, and here we have to set str search is equal to value. Then we have to call here ret stream, and from here we will call reset stream. Here we have to call the fetch product, and we have to pass page number as a 1, because when we do any searching we have to reset all the page and all the data also, and we have to make the fetch product as a 1 here. In the same way we have to copy this one, and we have to paste here for the category also, and we will change it to set product category, and here we will set our underscore category ID is equal to value, and we will reset here. And at the same time we have to reset our str search also, like if we already search any product and we go to the product category listing, and from there we will click on that any particular category, in that case our search value already having some value, we have to reset it. Then we have to call here reset stream also, and the fetch product we have to pass here 1. So this is our product provider, and that we will consume in our Flutter UI and all. So let's move further. So now we have to do the design for our UI for the product listing and all, and for that we have to go to our pages. Inside that we have to create a new folder that will be named as a products, and there we have to create a new file, and we will name it as a product underscore item underscore card underscore widget dot, and here we have to make the status widget, and we will put here stateless, and here we have to name it as a product item card widget. Here we have to define few of the variables. First one will be our final product model item, and here we have to make the container here, and we have the widget here, and here we have to create two variables. First will be final double widget is equal to 174, final double height is equal to 250, and here we have to pass both height, and we have to assign with our height variable. Then we have the decoration, and we will make here box decoration, and the border we will pass here border dot all, and the color we are using here border color. Here we are using the gray color, colors dot gray color. Then we have our border radius, and we are using here border radius dot circular 18. Then we have the child here, and we will pass some padding here, and we are using here edge inset dot all 15. Child we are using a column widget, and there we need 2 or 3 items. First one will be our image, and for that we will use a size box, and here we will use the height as a 75. Width we will use here media query dot of context dot size dot width. What it will do, it will use the width for our screen size here. Then here we have the child here, and here we will check if item dot images is not empty. Then we will pick it from our image dot network image, and we will pass here image dot images 0 dot URL dot toString. Else we will use here empty size box. Here we have to put the children's here, and inside that we have to put this one. Here we have to put the exclamation sign also. So now we have to put the second child here, and we will give some spacing here, and we will put here size box height 10. Then we have our text widget, and we will show the product name here, item dot product name, and the text align we will put here text align dot center. Then we have the style here, and we are using here text style. Font size we are using here 15. Font weight we are using here font weight dot bold. Then again we have to give some spacing here. We will copy this one and we will paste here, and we will change it to 5 here. Then we have to show the price here, and for that we are using a row widget because we have to show the price and the add to cart icon. In the left hand side we will have our price, and the right hand side we will have the button for the add to cart row widget. Then we have the children's here. Here we have the text widget, and we have to show the dollar sign also. Here we will put slash dollar, then again dollar, and we have to put the curly brackets. Then we will put your item dot price here. Then we have the style here. We are using a text style, and we are using a font size 18. Font weight we are using a font weight dot bold. Then we have to give some spacing here. We'll put a spacer, or we can also put the size box also. Then we have to show the add button icon also, and for that we have to create one widget here. We can create here widget, add widget, and from here we will return container, and we will put here height 45, width 45, and the decoration we are using here box decoration, and radius we are using here border radius dot circular 17. Then we have our color here, and we are using here app color dot primary color. We have to show here green color. Then here we have the child here, and we are showing here center wizard we are using, and we have to show the icon here icon, and we are passing here icons dot add icon. Then we have the color, and we are using a colors dot white color. Then we have the size here, and we are using a 25, and we have to pass this one from here. Here we are getting some error because we have to put these variables in the constructor also, and we will pass here this dot required this dot item. So what we did here, we have created one widget here, and we make it as a stateless widget. There we have the product model item that we will pass from our product listing page. Then we created a container here with the box decoration. Then we have our column widget, and there we have our image. Then we have our some spacing here. Then we have our product name. Then we have our some more spacing. Then we have the row widget for our showing the price plus our add card icon. So now let's move further, and we will create our product listing page also. Here we will create a new page, and we will name it as a products underscore page dot dart file, and we will make it as a stateful widget products page. Here first of all we need a scroll controller because we are going to implement our lazy loading, and for that we have to capture the event for like if the user is at the bottom of the page, then we will load 10 more records. For that purpose we need the controller, scroll controller. We can handle our events and all. Here we write final scroll controller underscore scroll controller is equal to scroll controller. Then we have our end type of underscore page is equal to 1. By default we will make the page as a first page. Then we have our variable for category ID, category name. So what it will do, when we come from our category page, and from there we will pass the category ID and the category name, and the category name will be shown in the app bar, and the category ID will be passed for our get products API, and there we are just passing the category ID, and on the basis of that it will load all the product under that category. Here also we have to create the one array for our sort or ordering and all. We'll make it as a final underscore sort by options is equal to empty array. Here we have sort by. First value will be our popularity, and text will also the same here. We will make it as a p caps. Then we have the sort order, and we will put here ascending order. Same way we will copy this one and we will paste 3 times. Here second one will be our modified. Here we will name as the latest. It will sort the product on the basis of the modified date. Then here we have our price. First we have to show the price in the price high to low, and here we have to make it descending order. In the same way we will copy this and we will paste here, and we will change it to low to high, and here we will put this price. So now what we have to do, we have to use our did change dependencies function, and we have to override it, and there we have to write the code for our scroll controller listener and all. We will have here override void did change dependencies. Here we will write super dot did change dependencies, and here we have to get our values from the arguments, whatever the values we will pass from our category page, and we have to read here. We have our map arguments is equal to model route dot of context dot settings dot arguments as map. Then we have our category ID is equal to arguments. We have our cat ID to string. We will check here if it is null empty, then we will pass here empty here. Same way we have to do here also. We will do for our category name, and here we will change to cat name. Now here we have to write the listener also for the scroll controller and all, and it will listen for the page scrolling. And we have to first write here product list is equal to provider of, and we have to import here the provider class of, and we have to pass here products provider context listen false. So in case we have to listen any event change and all, then we have to make this listen as a true. But here what we have to do, we have to just call our functions. We don't have to listen anything. We have to just give the command to the provider to do some action and all. And we have to write here underscore scroll controller dot add listener, and here we will check if underscore scroll controller dot position dot pixel is equal to underscore scroll controller dot position dot max scroll extend. That means we are at the end of the page. Then we have to call here product list dot set loading status, and we have to make the loading status as a loading here. That means data is loading here, and we have to call here product list dot fetch product, and we have to pass this page number, and we have to put here plus plus page. This variable we have to pass here. Then we have to pass this category ID, and we will map here to string. So what it will do, it will have the listener here, and there it will check if the user is at the end of the page. Then it will make the loading state as a true. That means loading is started, and after that it will call that fetch product, and we are passing a page number plus plus. Like if you are in page number 1 and then again you come to the end of the page, it will increment that page variable to the page number 2. In that way it will call our API. If we go here, you will see here after getting the data it will call the notify listener, and also before that it is making the load more state as a stable. That means the loading is completed. So these variable will be used in our showing the data and all. So now let's move further, and here we have to use our scaffold widget, and here we are using app bar. Background color we are using a colors dot transparent. Elevation we are using 0. Then we have center title. We have to make the title in the center of the app bar true. Then we have to put here automatically imply leading. So here we are making automatically imply leading false. That means we have to hide that our default back button. Instead of that we have to show our own back button, and we will write here leading gesture detector, and we are putting it on tab, and we are calling a navigator dot pop context and the child. So what it will do, when we click here it will go back to the previous page. In the child we have to show the container here, and there we are using the padding here, and we are using here as inset dot only left 25. Then we have the child here, and we are using an icon, and we are using a icons dot arrow back icon. Color we are using a colors dot black color. So it will show the back icon of that iOS back icon, and a color we are using here black. And here in that actions we have to show the filter icon that we will create here, and before that we have to also put the title here, and we are using a container. And also here we are using some padding here, and we are using a as inside dot symmetrics horizontal 25. Then we have the child here, and we are using here text widget, and we are passing here our category name, and the style we are using here text style. Font weight we are using here font weight dot bold, and the font size we are using here 20. For the title we are showing here font size as a 20, and here we have to show the body here, and for that we have to create one widget, and we will name it as a products list. So now we have to create this widget here. Here we will write widget underscore products list, and from here we will return consumer widget, and we are using a product provider. So what consumer will do, consumer in the provider is like whenever we have to read some data from our provider, we have to use a consumer here. Here we have the builder, and here we have the context. Here we have our context value child, and first of all we have to check here if product model, we have to name it as a product model. This will be our data here, and we will put here product model dot all products dot is not empty, and product model dot get load mode status is not equal to load mode status dot initial. Then we will return here column widget, and here we have the children's, and we are using a flexible widget. In the child we are using a grid view dot count, and the cross axis count we are using a 2. Then we have our main axis spacing, and we are using a 2. Then we have our cross axis spacing, we are putting a 0. And the controller we have to map with our scroll controller, so that scroll controller will only work with this grid only. So that's why we are mapping here. If we want to map it to some other widget, that also we can do. And the shrink wrap we are using here true, and the physics we are putting here constant always scrollable physics. Then we have the scroll direction, and we are using a axis dot vertical. Then we have our padding, and we are putting here edge inset dot all 1. And for the children's we have to map with our products model dot all products dot map, and we have to map it with our product model class. Here we have to put item, and from here we will return. Before that we have to put it to list, and here we have to return some padding here, and we are using a as insert dot all 5. And here we have the child, and from here we will call our product item card widget, and we have to pass here item as this item, and here we have to put the loader for the loading, and we are using a visibility visit because that loader will not show always. It will only show when the load mode status will be loading, and we have to put here visible, and we have to put a condition product model dot get load mode status is equal to load mode status dot loading, and here the child we are using a container. We will pass the padding here as inset dot all 5. Then we have the height 35, width 35, and the child we are using here circular progress indicator. So here we have to check if there is product mode is all product empty, then we have to show here no products, and we have to write here product model dot all products dot is empty, and product model dot get load mode status is equal to load mode status dot stable. We have to return here center visit. Child we have to use a text visit, and we have to put here no products. Style we are using here text style. Font weight we are using here font weight dot bold. Then we have our font size also. We will put here 25, and here we have to show the loader. Here by default it will show the loader constant, and we are using a center visit. Child will be circle progress indicator. So what we did here, we have created one method for the product listing, and there we are calling our consumer products provider, and there we are using the builder here, and here we have the condition, like we are checking here if that all products is not empty and the load mode state is not initial. Then we have to show the grid view here, and there we are just calling our product item card visit, and here we have the visibility visit for showing the loader. In case we have the status as a loading here, it will show the loader at the bottom. Then here we are just checking if the all product is empty and the load mode status is also stable. That means the API hit has been done and we got the status as stable, but there is no record came from the server. In that case we have to show here no products, and by default we are showing here circle progress indicator. So now we have to write the visit for our filters and all. We will write here visit underscore product filters, and from here we will return pop-up menu button, and here we have that item builder and all. And first of all we have to write here on selected event we have sort by as a variable name. From here we will just call our set sort by order, and we have to put here product provider is equal to provider of products provider context listen false, and from here we will call product provider dot reset streams product provider dot set sort by order. That will be this value, and here we have to call product provider dot fetch products, and we have to pass the page here, and we have to pass our category ID also. We will pass here category ID dot toString, and here we have the item builder. We have to pass the build context. Here we will return underscore sort by options dot map item, and from here we will return pop-up menu item, and the child we will pass, and here we have to pass the value, and we will pass this item here, and here in the child we will pass here container child here text visit item dot text, and here we have to write to list. So now here you will see this error is also gone because we have to set the item builder that will map with this sort by options, and also we have the icon here, and we have to show that filter icon sort by icon. Container we are using here, and we will put here padding, and we are using here add insert dot only, right 25. Here we have the child, and we are using here icons dot sort icon. Then we have the color here, and we are using a colors dot black color. So now we have to call this visit from this action which we have created earlier. In the action it will show the sort icon and all. So now we have to modify our main.dart file to include our providers details and all. Here we have to write multi provider, and here we have the providers collection, and we have the child here, and for the child we are using this material app code. Now here in the providers we have to pass here change notify provider, and we have to create here context, and we have to map this products provider. So if in case we will not do this thing, then our provider will not work. And here we have to use the multi provider because we are going to use a multiple providers here in our application. And here in the child we are linking with our product page, and a similar way here also we have to define a new route here. We will copy this and we will put here /products, and here we have to pass our product page here. So now we have to go to our existing code for our category page, and from here we have to, here in the on tab we have to create one function, and that we have to call here there, and we have to make it here void on category item click. We have to pass here build context category model category item, and again here we have to write here product provider is equal to provider of, and we have to pass here product provider context listen false, and we have to call here product provider dot set product category. So what we are doing here, we are just calling our set product category whenever any category is clicked here. Then we have to set our category, and then when the fetch product function will be called, it will read that category from there. Here we have category item dot category ID. Then from here we will navigate to our product space, and we will write here navigator dot of context dot push name, and we have to write this route which we have created products argument we have to pass here, and these are the argument which we reading here, this category ID and category name. And here we will pass cat ID category item dot category ID cat name category item dot category name, and we have to link this one from here. So now let's run the application and see is it working or not. So here our application is working. So now we will click on the categories. So now we will click any of the category here. We will click on the grocery. This click is not working. We have to check what the issue is. So here we call it wrong here. We have to pass the context, and also we have to pass this category item. Now we will save, and now again we will click on this any category here. So here we are getting the error. So let's see. So here value is coming in the integer. So here we have to put toString. Let's reload the application, and again click here, and here also we are getting the error. Let's see what the issue is. So here also for page number we have to put toString, and same we have to do for this page size also. Let's save it, and let's retry again by reloading. Now again I click on this category. Now load is loading here. So you can see here we are getting all that products here, and the top you will see we have the back button, and then we have the category name, then we have the sorting here, that menu is coming here. And here if I go to the bottom, you can see again one API hit is gone because we are loading a set of another 10 records. You can see here load is loading here. Now you can see more record loaded here. So that means our lazy loading is also working perfectly fine here. So you can see here this category name also, everything is coming. If we go back and if we select a different category, you can see no products because we don't have any product under this category. If we again go there, you can see this category name is getting changed here. You can see this product is coming under this category. So first of all, we have to update our model file, and there we have to include our related IDs, which will become in our product API. So for that, we have to go there in the source code, and there we have our model folder. There we have our product underscore item dot file, and we will click here, and here we will include one new variable, and that will be list type of int, and we will make it as a nullable here, and here we will write related IDs. Here in the constructor also we will include this dot related IDs, and here we will check if JSON, and the variable name which will be coming in the API is a cross underscore cell underscore IDs, and this is the feature in our WooCommerce. And there in the products we will have the related products which we can show. Let me show you in that WooCommerce also. So here we have our product, and there you can see here, if we go to the product data, inside that we have our linked products. When we click here, and here we have two options. First one is upsell, and the second one is a cross sell. Basically upsell is used like if any product is out of sale, and then we can show the rated product, like on the basis of that other product we can show, like if user want to purchase something but that is out of stock, we can show the other product which is related to that product, that we can put in our upsell. But in the case of cross sell, it will be like if user purchasing one item, and we will show the other items also that will be matched with that product. For that purpose we use the cross sell here. So here we can put the name of the product, and there we can add it. So now let's move to the code part, and here we will write if cross sell is not equal to null, then we will write here related IDs is equal to JSON cross underscore cell underscore IDs dot cast int type of, and we will close the brackets here. So what it will do, whatever the data we are getting here, it will cast into the int here, and it will become as a list type here. So now we will go to our API service file, and there inside our existing API of that our get products, there we will include one variable, and here we will make it as a list type of int nullable product IDs. So what it will do, whenever our that related IDs we will pass in this API, it will only fetch those ID which will be coming in this variable, and it will only get the result for these product ID only, that will be used in our related products and all. And here we will put one if condition. We will write here if product IDs is not equal to null, then we will pass a query string include is equal to product IDs dot join, and we will pass as a comma separated dot toString. So what it will do, basically we have passed one variable here that is named as a product IDs, and then here we will check if it is not of null. Then in the query string we will pass as a include here, and it will only show those product which having that product ID, and we will pass as a join comma separated So now let's move further, and here we will create a new method that will be used for showing that particular product detail and all. And for that we can just copy our this get product function also. We will copy this one and we will paste here, and we will change here to our return type as a product model as a nullable, and function name we will change it to get product details. Here we will pass only one variable, and we will remove this one curly brackets product ID. So here we are passing in the query string as a consumer key, consumer secret key. Then we have our fields here. So one of our subscribers suggested us that instead of passing in the query string, we can pass in the authentication header as this key, so it will faster our APS. So let's integrate that also, so that it can speed up the APS fetching and all. So for that you have to write here authorization, and here we have to pass basic token. Here we have our $sign. Then here we will write base 64 encode, and here we will pass our two thing in our UTF.encode format, UTF-8.encode, and here we will pass $sign. Then we have our config.key colon $sign config.secret. So what basically it will do, it will create the token on the basis of our key and secret, and before that it will convert to the base 64 encoding and all. And from here we can comment this code. Same we can do for our product listing also, and let's copy this one and we will paste here also, and we will comment from here. And similar for our categories also we can do, so that it can speed up our API calling and all. And from here we will comment it. So now we will modify our query string, and here we have to include one more variable, that will be our cross underscore cell underscore IDs. So basically in the product detail we want to have that cross cell IDs also, so that on the basis of that particular product we can have the related product ID and all. All these other variables are not needed here, we will remove from here. And here in the URL we have to do one small change here. We have to pass our product ID, which we are passing here for the product detail. We will pass here product ID, and here we can convert it like this way, and this one also we can paste here. And here instead of getting in our list array, we have to get it from our product model dot from JSON like this way. So rest all will be same here. So what we did here, we have just copy our get product method into our new method that will be get product details, and we are passing here product ID. Then in the request header we are passing a content type. Then we have our authorization token that we are creating on the basis of our key and secret key by converted into the base 64 encoding and all. In the query string we are passing our fields, and the fields we are having our ID, name, price, regular price, sale price, short description, images, and across the IDs. Here we have our URL, and in the URL we are appending our product ID. Then we are just calling a client.getRequest, and here we are checking if it is status called 200. Then we are just decoding the response, and from here we are returning from our product model dot from JSON, and in the else condition we are returning a null. So now let's move further, and we will do the modification in our product page also. So now we have to create our new page that will be our product detail page, and for that we have to go to the pages. Inside that we have the products, and there we will create product underscore details dot detail underscore page dot file, and here we will make it as a stateful widget, and we will write here stateful, and here we will write product details page. So now we have to go to the main.dart file, and there we have to copy this one, and we will paste here, and here we will write product hyphen details. Here we will change it to product detail page. So now we have to go back to our product listing page. Here we have to write one function here, and we will write here void on product item click. Here we have to pass build context, then we have our product model, and here we have to write navigator dot of context dot push name, and here we have to write slash product hyphen details, and make sure we are putting the correct name which we have added in our main.dart file, else our page will not open. And here we have to pass some arguments, and we have to pass here product ID, we have to pass here model dot product ID, then we have to pass here product name, and here we have to write product model dot product name. So now we have to call this function, and that we have to do from over here in the listing. Here we have our product model dot all product, and here we have to replace it with our guest detector, and here we have to write child, and here we have to write on tab, and there we have to call on product item click, and here we have to pass the context and this model. We did here, we have created one function here which will be this one on product item click, and there we have the two parameters build context and product model, and there we have our navigator of context push name, and we are calling this page product hyphen details, and there we are passing two things. First one will be our product ID, and the second one will be our product name. And then we are just calling this function inside our this map, and here we are just calling our guest detector, and on tab event we are just calling this function, and the child we are having our list. And what it will do, when we click on any item, it will open our product detail page, so we can also see it side by side also. And before that we have to put something here, and here we have the placeholder. So now let's run the application also so that we can see here. So here you can see we have our application. Now we click on the categories. You can see the categories are getting loading little bit faster now. So now we click on the category here. You can see here products are coming. So you can see here when we click on this product, placeholder is coming. In the same way, if we click on another one, this placeholder is coming because in the product detail. So right now in the product detail page we are having only placeholder, that's why it is coming here. So now let's move further and let's do the integration of the API with our product detail and all. So here first of all we have to write here our product model. We will make it as a nullable here. Then we have to create two variables, product ID, product name. So we have to create here override void in state super dot in state. Then we have our model is equal to product model. So now we have to override our did change dependencies also, and there we have to read our arguments which we are sending from our product listing to our this page. And here we will write override void did change dependencies, and here we will write super dot did change dependencies, and here we have final map arguments is equal to model route of context dot settings dot arguments as map. Here we will write product ID is equal to arguments, and in the bracket we have to write the key name which we are sending from our product listing page, and that will be our product ID dot toString. Then we have our product name is equal to argument product name dot toString. So now here we have to change it to our scaffold widget. Then we have to create the app bar here, app bar. Then here we have our background color, and we will use as a colors dot transparent. Then we have the elevation 0. So now also we can go to that page. You can see here we are getting our UI getting created. So now in the center title we will make it as a true here, because we have to show that title in the center here. In the title we are using a text visit, and we are using a product name. We'll save here. You can see this product name is coming here. In the same way, if we go back and if we open any other product, you can see here product name is coming here. Then we have our body here, and there we are using a safe area. Then we have our child here, and we are using a container visit. There the color we are using here hex color. F3, F1, F6. You can see here this background color is different from our white color. So now we will create one visit, and that will be our name as a visit product details, and we will return here future builder here, future builder. In the future we will write here API service dot get product details, and here we have to pass the product ID. In the builder we will pass here build context comma async snapshot product model data, and from here we will check if data dot has data. Then we will return here our main visit and all. In the else, in the default we will show our loader and all. We will write a constant center child circular progress indicator, and here we will use our model is equal to data dot data. And from here, just for the testing, we will return here text visit, and we will show here this model dot product name, and we will use here exclamation sign. So now we have to call this product details from here. In the body, in the child, we will show this one. So now we will go to a category again. If we click here, you can see here loader is loading here. You can see this product name is coming here. That means our API integration working fine, and data is coming from the API. So now let's design this UI and let's move further. So now we have to create some of the small widgets that we can integrate in the main widget here in the product details. And the first widget which we have to create is widget get image widget, and here we will return container. Then we have the color here, and we are using a colors dot white color. Then here the height we are using a 100 as the image size. Then the child we are using here center widget. We have to show the image in the center of the container. Then here we have the child here, and we are using here image dot network image, and we are using here model colon dot images colon 0. We have to show the first image from the list of array of the images dot URL. So next widget, and we can also use here, and for doing that we have to convert this return into single child scroll view. Inside that we have to use our column wizard because we have to show the multiple items here. Then we have the children here, and here we have to show get image widget. We will save here. You can see here it is coming, and instead of putting here 100 we can put here 300. You can see here image coming bigger here. So now next widget which we have to create here is our product detail. We are using a widget product title. We will return here text widget, and we are using here model dot product name, and the style we are using here text style, font size 24, font weight dot bold here, and we will put this one also here. You can see here it is coming. So now we have to put some padding also, and we have to use here only, and we will put top as a 15, left as a 15, right as a 15, and bottom as a 10. You can see here. So this one also we have to put inside our column widget. We will show here children's, and here in the children we are using a container here because we have to show all this information inside the white background and all. We will put here container, and inside the container also we are going to use our column widget. We'll put here, and here we have to put the color as a colors dot white color, and we can wrap it with our padding symmetrics horizontal 0, and here we will put main axis alignment dot start, cross axis alignment dot start. Here also we will put the same, and after this we will create our amount widget. That also include our add to cart button also, and here we will write widget build amount widget. We will return here list style, and from here we will return the content padding as a constant agentstat dot only top 15, left 15, right 15, and bottom 10. Then we have the title here, and we are using a text widget. We will append a dollar sign here, and we will show here amount here with our dollar sign model dot price. We can just call here and then we can modify it. You can see here price is coming here, and from here we will do some styling here. We are having text style, font size 25, font weight dot bold here. So in the trailing, in the right hand side we will show the button here, and for that we are using a size box because we have to define the width for that. Width 100. Child we are using a elevated button. Style we are using a elevated button dot style from. Visual density we are using here visual density dot compact. Then we have the shape here, and we are using a rounded rectangle border, and here border radius we are using a border radius dot circular 10. Then we have our background color, and we are using a colors dot red color. Then we have the elevation 0. Textile we are using here textile colors. We are using a colors dot white color. Font weight we are using here font weight dot bold. Then minimum size we are using here minimum size dot from height 50. Then here we have the child here using here text visit add. We will save it, and we have to pass our on-press event also. That we will cover later on. You can see here this button is coming here, and here in the style we will put here text style. Color we are using a colors dot white color. Now you can see here. So now here we have to show the product information also, and for that we have to use our collapse and expand here. And for doing that we have to put here bool type of active false, and here we have to create one new visit product details visit, and from here we will return expansion panel list. Elevation we are using a 0. Divider color we are using a colors dot transparent. Then we will show here expanded heading padding, and we are using here as instead dot symmetrics vertical 0. Then we have our expansion callback. We will use our int type of expanded index. Boolean type of is expanded. So here we will set the value for this active is equal to not of active. This will be work as a toggle. We will set the state here. So now here in the children we have our expansion panel. We have our header builder. There we have to put here build context. Bool is expanded. We will show here return constant list style. Title we are using here text visit product information, and here we have to do the styling also. We are using a text style. We are using a font weight bold. Then we have our font size 16. Then here we have to pass our body also, and we are using a align visit because we have to make it alignment to the top left. Alignment we are using here alignment dot top left. Then we have the child here, and we are using a text visit, and we will show here our model dot description. Now we will call this one from there. So outside this container we will put some size box with the height 10. It will be used for some spacing here. Then we will put this visit here. We will save here. So now if you see here, after putting some spacing, you can see here some spacing coming here in the gray color. That will differentiate our top level and the product information level. If we comment this one, you can see there is no difference here. So this one is also coming here. If we click here, it is not working. So now let's check where the issue is. So let's reload this one. So now if I click here, it is still not working. So let's see. So here we forgot to add two properties. Here we have to put here is expanded, and we have to pass this variable active, and can tap on header. We have to make it as a true. So now let's save. You can see here now it is coming. If I click again, it is getting close. Again if I click opening, close, opening. So now let's fix some padding issue here. We will wrap it with our padding. We will change it to only left 15 top 2. We'll save it. You can see here it is coming now much better. And so now let's move further and let's integrate our related products also here in the UI. So now we will create a new widget, and that widget will be used for showing our related products and all. And we will go to here products, and here we will name it as a related underscore products dot dart file. So now this one we will make it as a stateful widget, and here we will write related products. Here we have to pass two things. First one will be our products, which we need to show here. List type of int products. Then we have our final type of string title which we want to show here. Here we will write this dot products, this dot title, and from here we will remove constant. Also we will make it as a nullable here, or we can make it as a required here. Here we will put here container. Inside the container we will have our column widget also, and the color of this one we will make it as a colors.white color. Then we have a child here, and we will use some padding here. Dot. Here we have our padding. Edge inset dot only. Left 15. Bottom 8. Top 8. We have the child here, and we are using a column widget. We will use a cross-axis alignment. Dot start. Then we have the children's here, and we are using a text widget to show the label here. Widget dot title. Then we have our style here, and we are using a text style, and we are using a font weight dot bold. Font size 17. Then we have to give some spacing here. Size box height 5. Then after that we have to make a widget here for showing the product list and all. Widget underscore products list. From here we will return our future builder, and we are using here API service dot get products, and we have to pass here product IDs. This is the same API which we are using our product listing also, but here we have to pass our product ID, and on the basis of that product ID it will show only those products. And here we have widget dot products. Then we have our builder here. We have context async snapshot list product model. From here we will check if model dot has data. Then we will return here build list. We will create one widget here, and we will pass this model dot data here, and in the default we will show here center widget child circular progress indicator. So now here we have to create this one build list widget build list. We will return here container widget. Height we are using here 230. Alignment we are using here alignment dot center left. Child we are using here list view dot builder. Here we have shrink wrap, we are using it true. Then we have our physics, we are using a clamping scroll physics. Then we have a scroll direction, and we are using here horizontal. Item count, we have to map it with our items dot length, and here we have to pass here list product model items dot length. Then we have our item builder, we have our context and index here. Here we have to write here where data is equal to items, and we will pass this index here. Then from here we will return the guest detector. On tap we can do later on also. We have to just do the same code which we did here in the product listing. We have to on click event, we have to open the product detail and all that we are not covering. Then we have our child, and we have to use here column widget. Then here we have the main axis alignment, we are using here start. Main axis size, we are using here main axis dot min. Then we have the children's, and we have to create couple of small widgets here. And here first of all we have to create here widget for showing the product image. We have our widget underscore build product image. We have to pass here product model. From here we will return image dot network data dot images, and here we'll change it to data dot zero index dot url dot toString. We can put here height 120. Then we have our widget underscore build product name. Same, we have to pass here also this model. From here we will return text widget. We will pass it data dot product name. style we are using here, text style, font weight, font size 14, color dot black color. Now same way we have to do for our price also. We will copy and we will paste here. Product price, here we have to put a dollar sign. We have to show the currency here, slash dollar sign, because we have to put $2 in the same text. That's why we have to put a slash data dot price here. Now we will call these all from here: build product image, build product name, build product price. So now we have to go to our product details page, and here after the product detail widget we have to put some spacing here, size box, height 10. We have to first check here if model dot related IDs is not empty. Then we will show here related products, else we will show here empty size box. And here we have to pass our this model dot related IDs. Here the title we will pass here, you might also like. We will save here. Now we will go back and open again, and let's see. Let's see what the issue is. So now here we forgot to call this one product list. We'll paste here. You can see here load is loading here. Now you can see here all the products are coming here. But there is some design issue seem to be. So now let's fix that one also. So for this image we can change it to our container with a box decoration and all. We can use a container margin. We will use here agenster dot all 8, and this code we will move from here and we will paste here in the child, and here we will write height 120, width 120, alignment we will use here alignment dot center, decoration we will use here box decoration, shape we will use here box shape dot rectangle, border radius we will use here border radius dot circular 4. Then we have the box shadow, and we will use here box shadow, colors dot black 12, offset we will use here offset 0.5, blur radius 50. So now you can see little bit difference here in the images. So same way we can do for here also. In the product name also we will put here container child, we will use this one, and here we will put the width 120. You can see here alignment we can do here alignment dot center left. Same we can do for our product price also. We will copy from here and we will paste here. So now you can see now the products are coming in a proper way. So this is looking nice. Now we have our you might also like all the products here coming, and if I expand here you can see product details also coming, collapse expand. So now in the same way if I go back and if I open any product which don't have any related product, so here you can see we don't have any related products here. For this one you can see here this area is empty here, and in the product information is also empty. We don't have any information here for this product. So first of all, we will create the model file, and that model file we are going to create under our model folders. Here we will write the name as a customer underscore model dot file. Here we will create the class here, customer model. So in our registration page, you can see we are required only 3 items. First one is our full name, our email ID, and the password. So here we have to write here string email, string nullable type of full name. Then we have our string nullable type of password. Then here we have to create a constructor here, and there we will write this dot email, this dot full name, this dot password. Here we will put the semicolon. So here we have to write our one method that will be named as a toJSON, and that will convert our all the variable to our JSON that we will publish to our post request and all. Here we have map type of string dynamic to JSON. Here we have map string dynamic map is equal to empty object here, and inside this one we will add map dot add all. Now here we have to create the JSON which is required in our WooCommerce. Here the first variable will be our email, and we will map it with our email variable. Then for the full name, we are going to use here name as a first underscore name, and we will map it with our full name. Then we have our password, and we will use here password variable. And one more is required here, that will be our username. And for the username, we are just taking email ID as a username here. So it's all up to you if you want to generate the auto username or take the input from the user's customer for that username. That also you can map here, but as per our requirement, we are mapping the username as the email ID itself. And from here we will return map, this map. So what we did here, we have created the class here, customer model. There we have 3 variables, email, full name, password. Then we have created the constructor here. Then here we have the method for toJSON, and from there we are returning our return type of string and dynamic. And inside that we have the variable for our email, first name and password, and the username. And from here we are returning here. So now we have to go to our API service file, and there we have to create one method. And before doing that, we have to go to our config file, and there we have to write one new variable here, static string customers URL is equal to customers. Now let's move to our API service file. So here we have to write one function here, and we have to use a static future. Return type will be boolean type, register user, and there we have our model file, and we have customer model, and we will make it as async here, and we have to import here. So now here we have to create a token here, and for that we have to use here auth token is equal to base64 dot encode, and inside that we have to write here utf8 dot encode, and we have to pass here our key and the secret key. Here we have $, and we have to write a config dot key. Then here we have to put the semicolon, and again we have to put $, config dot secret. Then here we have to write our request headers. We are put here map string request headers is equal to content type. It will be application slash JSON. Then we have our authorization code. Authorization, we are using a basic and this auth token, because this is the registration we are going to do in our WooCommerce, and that we are using with our post request, and for every post request we require the valid authorization code and all, and that we are going to use with our key and the secret key. And here we will write our URL, where URL is equal to URI dot https. Here we have config dot API URL, config dot API endpoint plus sign, and here we have config dot customers URL. And here we will create one variable where response is equal to await client dot post request. Here we will pass the URL. Then we have the headers. We are going to put here request headers. And then we have our body, and we are putting a JSON encode. And here we will write model dot JSON. So what it will do, it will convert our model file into the JSON with the help of this JSON encode and all. Then here we will check if response dot status code is equal to 201. That means request created. 201 is the request created here, created request. That means user is successfully registered, and we will return here true. In the else condition, we will return here false. So what we did here, we have created one function that will name as a register user, and there we are passing the customer model as a model parameter. Then we are putting our async here and there, and after that we are just creating one variable with the auth token, and we are creating it with our base64.encode, and we are encoding there with UTF-8.encode with the key and the secret key. After that we have our request headers. There we have the content type. Then we have the authorization token with our basic token, and here we have the URI.https with our API URL with our endpoint plus our this customer endpoint, this one. And after that we have created one variable for the response we are getting from our client.post request. There we are passing URL header body with our model.toJSON for the function which we have created here. Then here we are just checking if the status code is 201. That means our user is successfully registered. Then we will return here true, else we are returning here false. So now let's move further, and we will design our UI, and after that we will do the integration of the API with our UI. So now we will design our UI, and for that we have to go to the pages first, and there we will create a new folder, and we will name it as a registration. Inside that we will create a new file, and we will name it as a user underscore register underscore page dot file. And here we will create the stateful visit. Here we have to create few variables. First one will be our bool type of is API call process is equal to false, and this will be used for showing the loader and all in our page. When we click on the button for that register, at that time we have to show some loader to the user so that they can notify that something is happening in the backend for the network call and all. Then we have to create one global key for our form state, so that we have to maintain the state of our form for our values which we entered there. Global key form state underscore form key is equal to global key form state. So next variable will be string type of full name, string type of password, string type of confirm password, string type of email. Then we have to create two more variables, bool type of hide password, comma, hide confirm password is equal to true, and this one also is equal to true. Then here we have to create some of the widgets, and first one will be our app bar and all, and we have our app bar underscore build app bar, and from here we will return app bar elevation 0. Then we have foreground color, and we are using a colors dot white color. Then we have our background color, and we are using a colors dot green color. Then we have our automatically leading, and we are putting it true, because here we don't want to show any back button and all. Title we are putting here text visit registration. Also we can see the design side by side also, and before doing that we have to go to our main.dart file, and instead of putting the dashboard we will put here register page. So now let's run the application, see side by side the design. So here you can see this placeholder is coming here. So now we have to change this code, and here we will put scaffold widget, and here the app bar we will change with this underscore build app bar. You can see here this app bar is coming here. So now we can also put the background color, and we are using a colors dot white color. Then we have the body here, and here we are going to use the progress HOD that will be used for showing the loader and all in our application. And we have this variable in async call, and we will map with our is API call process. And here we have the opacity that we are using a 0.3, and that will be like if we click on any button and there we are loader is loading, and the background of the opacity will be around 0.3% for this HOD and all. Then this key we are going to put a unique key. Then we have our child here, and we are using a form. There we have our key, and we will assign with our form key. Then we have the child here, and we will create a new widget here, register UI. There we'll pass our context, and we will create this UI, register UI, and here we have our build context. And from here we will return single child scroll view. Here we have the column widget. There we have our children's, and for the main axis alignment we are using here main axis alignment dot start. Same for the cross axis alignment, and we are using here dot start. And children, in the top we will give some spacing here, and we will put here size box height 50. Then we will put here one text widget. We will write here online grocery. You can see here it is coming, and we will wrap it with our center widget, and we will do some styling here. Style, text style. We are using here font weight bold. Then we have our font size, and we are using a 35. Then we have the color. We are using a colors dot black color. After that we have to create the widget for our text box and all, and for that we will going to create one common widget, and we will write here widget underscore build input field. There we have to pass some of the variables. First one will be our build context. Then we have our label, string label, prefix icon we are using here, prefix icon. Then we have our function validator. Then we have our function on save, and then we can put some of the optional variables also, like function on change event, and this we will use in our password field so that we can have our updated value in the variable and that we can match with our confirmed password and all. Then we have our visit, and we are using it for our, and also this one we will make it as a nullable. Suffix icon. Then we have our obscure text is equal to false, and this will be used for showing or hiding the text in our password field and all. By default we will make it as a false for all the fields, and we are able to see the text in other fields. And from here we are using the form helper from our snippet code utils, and we are using a form helper dot input field, and in the key name we will pass here label. Same for the hint text also we are going to use. Then for the on validate we will map with this validator. Then we have this on save. After that we will put here show prefix icon, and we will put it true because we have to show all the icon in the all the fields. Prefix icon visit, we will map it with this one. Then we have our border radius, and we are using a radius, and we are using a 10. Then we have our content padding, and we are putting here 15. Font size 14. Prefix icon padding left, we are putting here 10. Then we have the border color, we are using a colors dot gray color dot shade 200. Then we have our text color, and we are using a color dot black color. Then we have our hint font size, and we are putting here 14. Hint color, and we are using a colors dot black color with opacity 0.6. Background color, we are using a colors dot gray color dot shade 100. Border focus color, we are using a colors dot gray dot shade 200. And for this obscure text, we are mapping with our this variable, obscure text variable. For this suffix icon, we are using a suffix icon and mapping with this visit. Then we have our on change event, we will map with our on change event. So what we did here, we have created one common visit that we can use for all the fields here, so that instead of giving all the style for every field, we have make it as a common one, and that we can use here. So here we will put our first visit, we will put here build input visit, and here for the label we will put here full name. Icon, we are using a constant icon, icons dot face icon. In the validator we will put here val value. Here if val value dot is empty, we will put here star required, else null. Save value, we will put here full name is equal to this save value dot toString dot trim. So if there will be any spacing and all, that will be also removed here. So what we did here, we have put here the build input field, we have the context, then the name, that will be our hint text also. And here we have our icon, you can see here icon is coming here. And for the val values, validations value, we are checking here. If it is empty, we will put here validation required, else we will make it as a null here. In the save value, in the variable of full name, we are just assigning this value. So here one thing we forget, for the prefix icon color, we put here colors dot black color, you can see here, and we can give spacing here also. We will put here 15. So again we will copy this spacing, and we will put here for the next field, and we will copy this one, and we will paste here. We will change it to email. This one we will change it to email underscore outline. So here you can see this text box is coming here with that email name, and the icon will be the email icon. And here in the validation, we have to put one validation for our valid email ID or not. Here we will check if val is empty. We will return here required, and for the email validation for that valid email or not, we will put here if not of rec expression, and we will put this one. Dot has match, and we will pass this value. From here we will return invalid email, and in the save value we will map it with our email. So what we did here in that validator, we are putting here first check for the required field. After that we are checking here if this regular expression matching with this valid email or not. If not, it will give the message as an invalid email. So now we will put some spacing here. After that again we have to copy this one and we will paste here. Here we will change it to password. Icon we will change it to lock open icon. Here in the on change event we will set the value so that we can track the updated value on the type and all. We have this value password is equal to value. After that we have the suffix icon for showing and hiding the password. We will use here icon button. Here we have our on press event. We'll put here set state hide password is equal to not of hide password. It will work as a toggle. After that we have to put the icon here, and we will put here conditional icon, like we'll check here if hide password, then we have to show this one icons dot visibility off, else icons dot visibility. So here you can see this coming. If I put anything, this password is showing, so it is not showing as a star, and for that we have to put here obscure text, and we have to map this value, so it will do the toggle here. So also we have to reload the application first. So here if I put something, you can see this star is coming here. So if I click here in the icon, you can see password is showing here. So now if I put something and if I click again, it will hide the password. Same way we have to do for our confirm password also. We will copy and we'll paste here. We will change it to confirm password, and here in the validation we will change here. We will check here if val value is empty. We will return here star required, and after that we will check if val value is not equal to password. We will return here confirm password not matched, else we will return null here. Here in the email also we have to return here null. So if there is no validation issue and all, we will return here null. After that we have to put the spacing here. We will put here 20, and we have to put that button here. We will put here form helper dot submit button. We have to give text as a sign up. Then we have our on type event. You can see here button is coming here. We have to do some design here. We have to make it as a center. After that we have to put the button color. We will use here colors dot orange color. We have our border color, and we are using a colors dot white color. Then we have our text color. We will use here colors dot white color. Then we have our border radius, and we are using it 20. So now you can see this is looking nice. So here on the on tab we will first check here if underscore form key dot current state is validate. We will validate the state like there's no issue and all, like required field or validation and all. We have to set here form key dot current state dot save. Here if I click on the sign up, you you can see this validation are coming here. So now if I put something here, if I again click on the sign up, you can see the message is gone here. Same for the email ID. If I put something invalid, we click on the submit, you can see it is saying invalid email ID. If I put something valid, you can see message is gone here. Now for that confirm password, if I put something which is not matched with the password, click here. So it is not working. So let's see where the issue is. So here we don't need any on change value in the confirm password, and also for this one we have to change it to confirm password. Here also we will change it to password, and here we will change it to hide confirm password, and this one also, here also, and this one also. So now if I click here, it will show hide. So now if I click on the sign up, so let's reload the application. See, if I put something in the password, and here also different. So now let's click on the sign up. Now you can see this confirm password not match message coming here. So now if I put the same password 123456, here also I will put the same one 123456, and if I click on the sign up, you can see this validation is not coming here. That means it is password and the confirm password both are matching here. So now let's integrate the API here. So first we have to create the object for our customer model. Customer model is equal to customer model, and we have to put the constructor here. Email, full name, we will map with our full name. Then we have our password, and we will map with our password. And here we will write, and before that we have to set our state for that is API call process is equal to true. That means when we click on the button and if the form is valid, then it will start showing the loader. And inside the API on completion, we will just make this value as a false so that loader will stop loading. And we will put here API service dot register user, and we have to pass this model customer model dot then, and here first of all we will set here is API call process equal to false. It will stop loading. This one we will change it to response, and here we will return our form helper dot show alert. Here in the title we will put here registration, and the message we will check here if response true, then we will show here registration successful, else we will show here registration failed. Button text we will show here OK, and on the on press event we will just close this pop-up, and we will write here navigator dot of context dot pop. Now let's run the application, see is it working or not. So here we will put some information, Raman @gmail.com, and before that we will check the validation also. You can see here, and we will put here .com. For the password we will put here 123456. Here also we will put 123, and we will save here. You can see here we are getting the validation properly here. Now we will match the password and all 123456. So now let's click on the sign up and see is it working or not. You can see here we are getting registration successful. When we click on the OK, it will come here. So now if I again click on the sign up, we will get the error message because that email ID already exists. Let's click here. You can see registration failed because that email ID already created. So now let's see in our WooCommerce also that this ID is created or not. So let's reload this page. You can see total we are having 4. Let's see. So now you can see we are having 5 here. This new one, raman@gmail.com, and you can see username and email both are coming as the same, because in our code we are added as a username as a email ID only, and in the role we are getting a customer. So in our application we are going to use this plugin in our WordPress, and the plugin name is JWT Authentication for VP REST API version 2, and this is one of that compatible plugin which is available right now, which is workable with our REST API and all. And the process is very simple. We have to install the plugin, and rest of the thing we will cover in our video. So here we have already installed it. You can see here this one. When we click on the view details, you will see the same plugin, this one. And a part of this, in our application for storing the token and that login information and all, we are going to use our own plugin for the Flutter, that is API Cache Manager, and that we are going to use for our storing that token and all. And this is the utility which we have developed long time ago, and which use the Flutter SDK and the SQLite package and all for storing that any information which is required to be stored in our local storage and all. For that purpose we can use it. So now let's move to our code part, and there we will start our integration and all. And we will copy this one, and we will go to our PubSpec, and there we will add this plugin. And now we will go to our library folder, and there we have our models, and there we will create a new model file, and we will name it as a login underscore response underscore model.dot file. And here we have to create a class here, class login response model, and we will create our variables here, final string token. We will copy this, paste here 4 times, and here we have token, then we have our user email, then we have our user nice name, then we have our user display name, and one more thing we have to add on, that will be our ID, and that will be user ID, the customer ID in our WooCommerce and all for that particular customer. Here we will get the constructor here. Here we will add all the variables as required here. This dot token required, this dot user email, then we have required this dot user nice name, then we have our required this dot user display name, then we have required this dot ID, then we have to create your factory login response model dot from JSON. Here we have map string dynamic JSON. Here we will return login response model, and we will map all the values. Here we will map it with our JSON token. Same we have to do here, and here also So now we will move further and we will create our API method for the login customer and all. And for doing that, we can copy over the same method which we have used in our register user. We will just copy this one and we will paste here, and we will modify this one. We will name it as a login customer. Here we have to pass two things. First one will be our username, string, password, and in the request header we have to change the content type as a application/x -www-form -URL encoded, and we not required any authentication here. We will remove this one. Here we have to go to our config file also, and there we have to add the URL. We have to go to the config file. Here we have to add static string customer login URL is equal to /wp-json/jwt-auth/v1/token. And now we will go to here and we will change it here, customer login URL. Here in the JSON encode we have to pass two things, and we have to remove this one, and we have to create the object here. First one will be our username, and we will pass here this username. Then we have our password. We will pass here password. Here we will check if the response status is 200. Then that means we will return a true. That means the user is successfully logged in. And here we have to do few things. First, we have to get the JSON string is equal to JSON.decode, and we will pass here response.body. Then we have to create two private method here, and we are creating those method because in the token we are getting the ID, but in the response we are not getting any customer ID. And for parsing that ID we have to parse our JWT token, and that ID we will store in our local storage so that we can use it for our further application use for our cart functionality, for our order functionality and all. We have needed those customer ID and all for that customer purpose. So here we have two private function. I'm just copy pasting that function. I will go through those. First one will be our this one, and we will name it as a pass JWT. Our return type will be string and dynamic, and we are passing here the token whatever we are getting, and we are just splitting that token with our dot. And here we are checking if the parts dot length is not equal to 3. That means the token is invalid. And after that we have to get all the payloads in that token, and for that we have to just call our decode base64, and there we have created this function. What it will do, we have named it decode base64, and we will pass here the whatever the string we are passing, and there we are just getting the output, and we are just replacing our hyphen with the plus sign and replacing all our underscore with the slash here, and we are just checking here if that output dot length is mode of 4 and case is 0, then we will break here. If the case is 2, then we are just appending output with our equal, and if the case is 3, then the output will be appending with the single equal to, else we are throwing the error here. And here we are returning our utf8.decode base64.decode, and we are just passing here output. Basically these are for decoding our base64 token and all, and we are so that we can get whatever that payload and all in our token. And here we are just calling this one by passing our part 1 for this token, and there we are decoding our JSON decode with this payload, and we are getting our maps here, and those map we have to pass here. And here we will write where decoded data is equal to parse JWT, and we'll pass here JSON string token. Then we will have our where ID is equal to decoded data. Here we have data, then we have our user, then we have our ID, then we will put here toString. So before doing that, let me show you whatever the output we are getting from our that API and all. Let's go to our Postman here. So this is our request here. We are calling this WP JSON JWT auth v1 token, and we are passing here username password. And when I click on the send, so you will see here we are getting the output for all this information. Here we have the token, then we have the user email, user nice name, user display name. We are getting all this information, but the user ID is stored in this token, and for getting that we have to just pass this token in our application, and it will return us all the information in our token. And that parsing and all we are doing here like this way. And in this token we have data. Inside our data we have the user ID, then we have this user model, then inside that we have this ID that we need to pick it here. And what we will do, we will just append this ID inside our JSON string. We'll put here ID is equal to this ID. So what it will do, it will append this ID inside this JSON string and all. So whatever the data we are getting here, and it will just append the ID also with all this information. Then we will store those information in our local storage and all. And for doing that we have to create one more file here, and we will name it as a shared underscore service dot file. So here basically we need three functions. First one is for checking is the user logged in or not, and the second one is for setting that token and all, and the third one is for getting the token details and all. And we will name it as a class shared service. Here we have the first function. We will name it as a string future bool is logged in, and we will make it as async here. And from here we will just return here await API cache manager dot is API key exists, and we have to pass this key ID that will be login underscore details. That name we are going to give. The second method we will create here static future void set login details. We will make it as async here, and here we have to pass login response model. Here we have to create one object here, API cache DB model. Model is equal to API cache DB model, and we have to pass the key here, and key we are going to use this same key. Sync data we have to do the JSON encode, and we have to pass this model. So what it will do, it will just make this model into our JSON string format, and it will store in the database. And we have to put it to JSON also, and we have to modify our response here. We have to create a map string dynamic to JSON. We have to return here token. And then we have user underscore email, user underscore nice name, user nice name, user underscore display name, user display name. We have our ID here, and we'll pass here this ID. So now we will call this to JSON. Here we have to change it to cache model, and this one is model to JSON. And from here we will call await API cache manager dot add cache data, and we have to pass this cache model. And now we have to create two more functions. Here we have to create static future type of login response model. we will make it as a nullable, get login details, and we will make it as async here. Here we will create one variable is cache key exists is equal to await API cache manager is API key exists, and we have to pass here this key. Here we will check if key exists, then we will return here where cache data is equal to await API cache manager dot get cache data, and we have to pass this key. And from here we will return login response model. And here we have to create one more thing in the login response model. We have to create here login response model, login response JSON. We have to pass a string JSON, login response model dot from JSON, and we have to pass this JSON. And here we have to do the JSON dot decode. This one we have to change it str, and here we will str, and here we have to import this one. So basically we created one small function which will return our login response model from bypassing this string here, and it will decode it that string, and it will return us that class file, and that we have to call here login response JSON, and we have to pass this cache data, because in our database we store this data as our string format by this way, you can see, by doing the JSON encode. And here we have to pass dot sync data, and here in the else condition we will return here null. So what we did here, we have created three functions. First one is logged in, then we are checking here if the user is logged in. We are just checking on the basis of this login details key by calling this method that is API key exists. Then here we have our set login detail, and here we are just passing our login response model, and here we have our creating the object with our API cache DB model. We are passing here key and the sync data in the JSON encode format, and here we are just calling this add cache data, and we are adding the data in our database. And then we have our get login detail, and there we have our checking the key. If key exists, then we are just getting the get cache data on the basis of that key, and we are returning here login response JSON from by passing this cache data dot sync data. So now here we will go back, and here what we have to do, we have to just call here shared service dot set login detail, and we have to pass here login response JSON, and we have to pass this JSON encode, and we have to pass this string here. So what it will do, it will save our login detail to our local database. So what we did here, we have created a function login customer by passing the username password. Then we are setting the request header as our application x www form URL encoded. Then we have our URL with our customer login URL. Then we have our body, we are passing a username password. Then we are checking here if status code is 200. Then we are just decoding our response body. After that we are getting a token, and we are passing that token to get our ID, that customer ID, and then we are appending this ID into our this response, and that response we are just storing in our login detail, and we are returning it true. In the else we are returning a false. So now let's move further, and we will do our design and do the integration of this API in our application and all. So this is our application, and here we have our sign-in page. So now here we have to add one link here, and for that link will be named as a sign-in. and for that we have to go to the page here. Here we have the registration. So here after our sign up page button, we need to add one more link here, and we will use our line widget here. Alignment, we are going to use here alignment dot bottom center. Then we have our child here, and we are using a padding. Here the padding we are using a edge instant dot only right 25. Then here we have the child here, and we are using a rich text because we have to show the text plus the hyperlink in the same label. Here we have the text, and we are using a text span, and the style we are using a text style. Colors, we are using a colors dot gray color. Font size, we are using a 14. Then we have the children's here, and we have our text span. Here we have to add text span. Text we will put here. Already have an account, and in the right hand side you can see the text is coming here, and default text we can make it black, and above this we will put some spacing also, height 10, and here one more we will add here, text span. Text will be our sign in. Style we are using here text style. Color we are using a colors dot orange color. Then we have the recognizer tab gesture recognizer dot on tab, and from here we will call navigator dot of context dot push name / login. So here you can see color, we can change it to blue color. You can see text is coming in, and we can put some space here. Now you can see here already have an account, sign in. When we click here, it will go to the login page, and for that we have to create our page here. Here we will create a folder login. Inside that we will create a new file, login underscore page.txt file. Now we can go to the main.dart also, and here we can define that page /login. Here we can make it with our login page that we need to create a stateful widget login page, and we can import here. So now if I click on the sign in, you can see here it is coming here, but it is blank because we need to put the code here. So now we can design our login page, and most of the code we have to copy with our registration page, and we will do that. Here we can copy these information, and we can remove confirm password, full name, email and password will be there, and this one also we need to copy. We can remove this hide password. This code also will be copy here, and we can import this also. App bar, we can change it to user login, and here instead of register UI we will make it as a login UI, and we can create here build context. We will save it. So now let's run the page. we are getting here. Okay, we have to return here placeholder. We can click here. You can see here page is coming here as a placeholder. Here we have the app bar. We can press here back button. We will go here, and for the form also we can copy this code and we can remove the code which is not needed, and this one also we can copy. So we have already covered all this form and all in our previous video for the user registration all. If you have not yet watched the video, you can watch the video, and there we have write the code step by step, and you can take the copy of that code in this video. We can import here, and from here we don't need the full name, we need the email and the password. Rest of the code we will remove. And here in the sign up also we will just comment this code and we will save it. And here we have to import, and this code also not needed. So now let's click here. You can see here we are getting a email, password, and the sign up. We have to change it to sign in. And when we click here, you can see here we are getting our validation also. All the validations are coming here. And here also if we click here, you can see we are getting show and hide password also. So now we have to call our API also here, and we have to uncomment this here also. And this model is not required, and this code also we will uncomment and we will import here. We will change it to login customer. Here we have to pass email. We'll put exclamation sign, password, and here in the message we can check here if response, that means true. We will show here login successful, grocery app. If response successful, then we will put here login successful as login failed. Here also we have to put the exclamation sign, and we will just go to our login customer method, and here we have to comment this one because we have to first check it the login is working or not. After that we will do this process and we will modify our main.dart file also. Here first we will put here sign in, and we have to put some email ID. Now if I click on the sign in, so here we are getting login failed. So now let's try with the valid email ID and all, test@gmail.com, and here we'll put the password. Again we are getting login failed, so let's see what the issue is. We'll put the debugger here and we click on the sign in. So here we're getting response 404, so might be we are putting the wrong URL. So here in the URL we don't need any endpoint because that we already covered here. If you see here we are getting all the endpoint here. So now let's try again. First we will put the invalid here, test@gmail.com, invalid password. We will click on the sign in. You can see we are getting 403 and message coming here, incorrect password and all. So now means our API is working fine. We are getting here login failed. So now what we will do, we will put the valid here, password. We'll click here sign in, and here we are getting success 200 and we are getting token and everything. So here if I do the debugging, you will see here in the JSON string we are getting token, email ID, user nice name, user display name, and in the decoded data we are getting, by passing the token we are getting this data. You can see here we have this data. Inside this data we have our ID and all. That ID we need to get, and we are getting here. We got it, and now we are appending this ID to this variable. You can see now we have this ID also included. So now we will press here continue. So now what we will do, we will go to our, first we will uncomment this code and we will go to our main.dart file. So now what is happening when we start our application, we are landing to the registration page. So the code which we are going to modify is like, it will check if the user is logged in or not. On the basis of that, it will land user to the categories page, and if user is not logged in, it will stay user to the registration page. Here we have default visit, and we will change it to string here, and we will change the default page to our register, and that also need to create here. We will create here, and here we will put visit Flutter binding dot ensure initialize, because this will be used because we need to initialize all the native plugin and all before using it in our application. And here we will check bool underscore result is equal to await shared service, and here we will make it async here. Dot is logged in. Here we will check if underscore result, then we will return here default home as our slash, and here in the initialize routes we have to change it to this default home. Here in the home we will change it to categories page, and we have to create one more for our register also, and we will change it to our register page. So now we will reload the application. You can see here we are landing to our registration page only. So now if I click on the sign in, and from here we will put the valid email ID. If I click on the sign in, so here we are getting the error because first we have to check that whatever the JSON we are getting. So here we put the wrong details, like we have to change it to this one, user underscore email, and for this one we will use this. Display name will be this. We will reload our application again. So now we will again do the sign in. Click on the sign in. We got here login successful. So now let's reload the application, see it's going to the categories page or not. You can see here we are landing to the categories page. We are no more landing to our registration page because the login session data is stored in our application now. So you can see we are getting all the categories and all. So for the slider we required one plugin, and that plugin we have developed, and I will put the link in the description. You can upload that plugin manually from your WordPress, and for that you have to click on this add new plugin, and from here you can click the upload plugin, and from here you can select that zip file and you can upload in your system. After that you have to activate the plugin from here, and then you can have the working slider plugin in your WordPress that will be used for your REST APIs. And let's see how it is working. So this is our application, and we have two requests here, like one is for the get request for getting all the slider in our system, and the second one is the post request for uploading any slider in your system. So if I click here in the get request, you can see here we have getting two sliders here. And now let's add some slider here. We will select here post request. In the authorization you have to put your username and your password for your admin panel for the WordPress. Then the body you have to select your form data, and then we have the title content here. In the title I will change it to slider 3. Here the description to slider 3, and the image we will select here. So here we selected the slider 3 file. So now we will click here send request. You can see here we are getting the message slider item successfully added, and also we are getting here post ID here, and here the post ID is 127, and you can also see the same in your WordPress also. So when you install the plugin here, you will see in the left hand menu, you will see one slider option here, and that slider, when you click on the sliders, you will see all the sliders here. So you can upload any new slider from here also. So like if I click on the add new post, I will put here slider 4, and from here I will select the image. So you can see here I have selected the file here. So now once it's uploaded, I will click on this set feature image. You can see here, if I click here, now the image is selected here. So if I click on the publish, now if I go to the sliders, you can see here we are getting all the 4 sliders. So now if I go to our Postman request, and if I change it to get request, if I click on the send, now you can see all the 4 sliders are coming here. One we have added from our Postman, and the 4th one we have added from our WP admin. So now let's move further for our Flutter application, and there we will do the integration for this slider part and all. So first of all, we have to create our model file, and for that we have to go to our lib folder. Under that we have the models folder. Inside that we will create a new file. We will name it as a slider underscore model dot file. So now we will create the class here, class slider model. Here we have to create 3 variables: string type of title, string type of content, string type of image. Here we will create the constructor here, slider model, this dot title, this dot content, this dot image. Here we have to write slider model from JSON. This will be used for parsing our data. String dynamic JSON title is equal to JSON title. We'll copy this one 2 times, and we will change it to content. Here we will change it to image. So now we have to go to our config file. There we have to provide our slider URL. Here we will press enter. We will write here static string slider URL is equal to /wp json /custom /v1 /sliders, because it is under our custom endpoint, so that's why we have to put like this way. So now we will go to our API service, and there we will write our function to get all the data. Here we have our API file, API service. So what we have to do, we have to just copy paste our existing function. We will just copy our get categories and we will paste here. So now here we have to do some modifications. First of all, we will change it to get sliders, and here we will change it to slider model. Now here authentication is not required, we will remove it. Query string is not required, we will remove it. And here also, and this API endpoint is not required because this is related to WP JSON WC, that is default WooCommerce endpoint. But we have created a custom endpoint for our slider API. We will change it to slider URL. And here we have to write one small function inside our slider model, and for that we can just copy this one also. We will just go there, categories from JSON, we will copy from here, and we will go to our slider model, and in the top we will just paste here, and we will copy this model file, and here also we will rename as a sliders from JSON, and we will change a slider from JSON. So now our function is ready, get slider. So for the slider we are going to use one package. So this is the slider package which we are going to use in our application Flutter Casual Visits, and we will do its integration in our application. It will be look like this way. So let's move to our code part. We will go to the pub spec and we will paste here this package and we will save here. So now we will close everything, and now we have to go to our pages. Inside that we have our dashboard. There we have our navigator item, and here in the first one we are using it size box. Instead of that, we will map it with our new page which we will create, that is home screen, and we will create the folder here. We will name it as a home. Inside that we will create a new page. We will name it as a home underscore page.dart file. We will make it as a stateless widget home page. We will copy name and we will paste here. And for our main.dart file, we will change here as a home page as a dashboard, because in our previous page we will make as a category as a home page. Here we will copy this one and paste here. We will name as a categories, and this one we will change it to dashboard. So we will save it and we will run our application side by side. We will do the design part also. So by default it's showing a register page because we have mapped the default page as a register here. So now from here we can change it to dashboard also, or we can just change it to slash, that is mapped to dashboard, and we will refresh here. You can see here we are getting a home page, then we have the categories here, then we have our cart, then we have our account, everything that we will cover later on in the next upcoming videos. So we can go to this shop icon, and from here we have to just go to our home page, and from here we will write our code. So here first of all we have to change it to scaffold widget, and from here we have the body, and we will use here safe area. Then we have the child here, and we are using a single child scroll view. Then in the child we are using a center widget, and here we are using column widget. Now we have the multiple children's, and we will put here text widget delivery in 10 minutes, and we will change the style here, text style, font weight 20. Then we have our font. Here we have the font weight. We are using a font weight dot bold. Then we have our font size. We are using a 20. And here we have to make the slider list. We will write here visit underscore slider list. We will return here future builder, and from here we have our list slider model, and here we have the future. We are calling here APS service dot get sliders, and from here we have to put question mark. Then we have our builder here, and there we have our context. Then we have our snapshot. Now from here we will check if snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting. Then we will show the loader here. We will return here constant center visit. Then we have our child, and we are using a circular progress indicator. In the else we will check here else if snapshot dot has error. We will return here center visit. Child, we are using a text visit. Error loading sliders. In the else if condition, we will check here if not of snapshot dot has data or snapshot dot data is empty. Then we will show here. We'll copy this one and we will paste here. We will change the message to no sliders found. After this, we will return here size box. We will make the height as a 230. Then we have the child here, and we are using here Flutter Casual, and we will import the package here. Here we have the options, and we will write here Casual options. Height we are using here 400. Then we have the slider show, and we will put it show sliders true. Then we have the slide indicator, and we will put a circular slide indicator border color, and we are using a colors dot green color. Then we have indicator background color, same color we will use here. Then we have autoplay, we will make it true. Autoplay interval, we will put the duration seconds to. Enlarge strategy, we are using a center page dot scale. After that we have the items here. We will map with our snapshot dot data dot map. Here we have the item container we are going to use here. Margin we are putting here as instead dot all 5, and here we will put to list. Here we will write child, and we are using a clip rect, and we are using a border radius dot circular 10. Then we have the child here, and we will use image dot network image dot image. Then we have the fit here, we are using a box fit dot fill. So we have to call this function from here. We will save. You can see loader is loading here. You can see it is working here. We are getting 4 images. You can see slide is working here. So now let's move further. So now we have to do the same for our categories also, and for that we have to just copy this code and we will paste here. We will rename it as a underscore categories list. Here we will change it to category model. Here we will change it to categories. Everything will be same. Here we will change error loading categories, and here no categories found. Now here we have to change the code, and we have to change it with our, we will remove all the code here. Now here we will change it to list view dot builder. Here we have the padding. We'll use here edge inset dot 0. Scroll direction we will use here axis dot horizontal. Then we have our item count. We have snapshot dot data dot length. Then we have our item builder. We have context index, final category item is equal to snapshot dot data index. Then from here we will return guest detector. On tap event we can copy from our category page also, and here we have the child. We are using here container padding edge inside dot all 10. Then we have the item we will pass here. Then here we have the child. We are using here category item card visit. Here we have 2 parameters. First one will be item. We will pass here category item. Then we have a color here. We are using a hex color, grid color, index. We will import here this grid color, percentage of grid color. So we will go to our category page, and there we have the grid colors. We will just copy this one and we can paste here. Here we will write dot length. Now we will call this one after slider, and we have to give some spacing also. We will put here size box, height 10. You can see here we have sliders, then we have our categories coming here. So now we will write the same code, similar code for our product listing also. We will copy this one and we will paste here. We will change it to products list. Here we will change it to product model. Here we have get products. Here we will change it to products. Same here. So here we have to change the code here, and here in the size box we have to define our size 200, and here in the list view we have to use our separated. Scroll direction will be horizontal, length will be same, everything. Then we have our item builder, and from here we have to just call our product item card widget. Here we have to just pass our child item, that will be our this one, and we will name it as a product item. We will save it, and here we can define our separated builder also. We have context index. From here we will return constant size box width 20. We will refresh here, and we have to call this function, and same we have to give the size box here for the height. Now you can see 3 loaders are loading here. Here we have the slider, then we have the categories, then we have our products here. Before this we can also show the text here. We will name it as a weekly deals, and we will change it alignment here. We have to show in the left align child. Here we will change it to alignment text align. Here we have alignment dot left center left. You can see weekly deals are coming here. We can also give some padding here. So this is our home page that is ready. So first of all you have to upload the cart API, and I will put the link in the description, and from there you can just import the plugin in your WordPress admin. So here the API WP cart REST API, which is developed by Snippet Coder team. So now let's go to our Visual Studio Code, and there we first test the API, and then we will code with our Flutter application and all. So here the URL for the API, and here we have the wc/v3 cart list, and we have to provide the user ID here, and we click on the send. So here what you will get status, then the coupon that is empty. We are not covering any coupon thing in this video. And then we have the cart totals, and there we have the subtotal text, shipping total, shipping text, and discount details, cart content totals and all, fees detail if there is any fees. Then we have the total here. Then we have the data here. Inside the data we have the cart item key, and that key will be used for deleting the cart item and all. Then we have the product ID, product name, product regular price, sale price. Then we have the thumbnail, quantity. Then we have the line subtotal, line total, variation ID and all. And we have the 2 items in our cart right now, so that's why it's showing the 2 items in the array. So now let's move to our Flutter application. First of all we will create the model file. Here we have to create the model file, and we will name it as a cart_model.dart file. And first of all we will create class cart request model. There we have the list type of product, and we will create the product class also. products here, and here the constructor cart request model. We will make it as a required this dot products. So now we have to create the class for the product here, class product. There we have int type of product ID, int type of quantity, then we have int type of variation ID. So variation is like if we have any product with a different variation, like we have a mangoes and we have a two variations of the mangoes. One is for the 500 grams and one is for the 1 kg, and this type of variation we can create in the WooCommerce. Here we create the constructor here, product. We will make this required this dot product ID, required this dot quantity, and variation ID by default we will give 0 in case if we not provide anything. So now we have to create the two classes. One is for the cart item and one is for the cart totals. So here we have the code for the cart item, and inside the cart item we have the cart item key, product ID, product name, product regular price, product sale price, then we have the stock, then we have the thumbnail, quantity, line subtotal, line total, variation ID, and here the constructor. Then we have our cart item dot from JSON, and this will be used when we have to fill the data from our API to our model, and in that case this will be used. And there also we have the cart item key, then we have the product ID, then we have the product name, regular price, sale price, stock, thumbnail, quantity, line subtotal, line total, variation ID. So now we have to create one more class, and that will be our cart total. So here you can see in the cart total we have the subtotal, then we have our subtotal text, shipping total, shipping text, then we have the shipping taxes, then we have the discount total, discount text, then we have the cart contents total, cart content text, then we have the taxes, fee total, fee text, fee taxes total, and the total text. These are the, you can see the fields, some of the field which we are going to use. If you don't require everything, then you can just remove according to your requirement. And here we are having a from JSON that will be used for filling the data from API to the model file. So now let's move further, and in the config.dot file we have to define the endpoint for our cart API. Here we have the cart config.dot, and the first URL we have to put here cart URL, and we will name it as a cart-list. Then we have to copy this one and we will paste here. This one we will change it to add cart. Then here we have to change it to add cart. Then we have to create one more, and here we will change it to delete cart URL, and we will change it to delete -cart -item. So these are the three endpoints which we are going to use. First one is for the cart URL that will be used for fetching the cart list data. And then we have the add cart URL that will be used for adding the data to our cart. And then we have our delete cart URL, and that will be used for deleting the cart item from our list. And then now we have to go to our API service file, and there we have to create a new function, and we can just copy from our existing function. We will copy this one and we will paste here. We will name it to fetch cart list, and here we will change it to this one. We will change it to map string dynamic, and here we have to read two things. One is the cart total and the cart items data. That's why right now we are making it as a map string dynamic, and then later on in the provider file we will map it with the cart total class file and with our cart item class file. So here we will change it to cart URL, And here also we have to append our endpoints. Here we will write $sign config.api endpoint. Then we have to provide a query string here, and there we are just passing our user ID, user_ID, and this data we will get from our where logging details is equal to await. We have our shared service dot get login details, and we will write here login details dot ID, and here we will just return here data. In the else condition we will return here null. So what we did here, we have just added the request headers here, and we created one function that is fetch cart list, and then we have our getting the login details, and from that login detail we are getting the user ID, and based on that user ID we are just getting the data for that particular user. And then we have our API endpoints and the cart URL. Then we are just calling here client.getRequest with the URLs and the query string. Then whatever the data we are getting, we are returning from here. So now we have to copy this one again, and we will paste here, and here in the return we will put here boolean type, and this one we will change it to add cart, and here we have to pass the cart request model, and this one we will change it to add cart URL, and user ID we have to pass, and here we have to change it to post request, and here we have to create our body, and here in the body we have to pass here JSON encode, and we have to create the object here, and here first item will be our user_ID, and we have to copy this one and we will paste here. Then we have our products here, and we can send multiple products also, products, and here we will write model.products.map. Here we have the product, and we will pass here product_ID. Then we have the product ID. Then we have our quantity, and we'll pass here product.quantity. Then we have the variation here, variation_ID, and we can pass here product.variation_ID, and here we will write toList, and here we will just return here response.status code is equal to 200. Else if status code will be 200, it will return true, else it will return false here. So what we did here, we have created a function add cart, and there we have the parameter cart request model, and then we have the request header, then we have our login detail to get the user ID, then we have our endpoints, and the URL will be our add cart URL. Then we have the post request, and there we have the headers and URL. In the body we are just doing the JSON encode, and then we have our user ID. Then we have the products here, and with the products we are just doing the mapping, and we are just creating a product ID, and we are mapping with the product ID. Then we have the quantity, variation ID, and then we are just doing the toList here, and then we are returning here status code. If 200, then it will be true, else it will be false. So now we have to copy this one again, and we will paste here, and here we will change it to remove cart item. Here we have to pass our string cart item key. So now here we have to put here delete cart URL, and from here This user ID we can remove. Then we have our JSON encode, and there we have to just pass two things. First one is a cart underscore item underscore key, and then we have to map this one, and we will copy this one. And here we have to rename to user underscore ID. Here we have the login details dot ID, and this product we will remove here. So what we did here, we have just created the function that is remove cart item, and then in the parameter we are just passing here cart item key. Then we have the request header, then we have our get login details, and then we have our URL for the endpoint with the delete cart URL. Then here we have the body, and inside the body we have the cart item key. Then we have the user ID here, and we are just returning here if the status code is 200, then it will be true, else it will be false. So now let's move further, and we will create our provider file. So now we will create our provider file, and for that we have to go there. Inside the provider folder we have to create a new file, and we will name it as a cart underscore provider dot file. Here we will write class cart provider, and we will extend with our change notifier. Here we have to create the object for our API service underscore cart service is equal to API service. Then we have to create the object for list cart item is underscore cart items is equal to, and we will initialize with the empty array. And here we have to import class model, our cart model. Here we have the cart total underscore cart total. Then we have to create the getter for both these variables. Here we have the list cart item get cart item underscore cart items, and here also we have to make it items. Same we have to do for the cart total also, cart total get cart total underscore cart total. Here we have to create the functions. First one will be our future type of void add cart, and here we have to pass the variable. Parameter will be cart request model. Here we have the variable success is equal to await, and we will make this function as async here underscore cart service dot, and we have to modify our API service also, and from here we can remove the static. Now here if I put dot add cart, and we have to pass this model here, and here we have to check if success, then we have to call the function that we will create, that is fetch cart list. That means once any new product is created, then we have to fetch the updated data from the server for the cart list. And here we have to create future void fetch cart list, and here we will call this function await fetch cart list. We will make this function as async here, and else condition we will just throw the error, throw exception failed to add item to cart. So what we did here, we have created one function that is add cart, and then we have created one variable that is success is equal to, and we are calling our function that is cart service dot add cart, and we are just passing our model here. And in case we are getting the success, then we are just calling here fetch cart list, and in the else condition we are just throwing the exception here. And here we have to put inside the try catch, and here also we will throw the exception here. We will change here failed to fetch cart list. Here we have where response data is equal to await underscore cart service dot fetch cart list. Then we will map our cart items is equal to response data, and whatever the data we are getting here, we will pass here the variable name as list dot map, and this one we have to change it to lcaps list dot map item cart item dot from JSON, and we have to pass here item. Then here we have to list. Then we have our cart total is equal to cart total dot from JSON, and here we have to pass response data cart underscore total. Then we have to call here notify listener. So what we did here, we have just calling our API service with our cart service dot fetch cart list, and then we are getting the data, and then we are mapping our cart item with our response data as a list type, and then we are just mapping the whatever the variables we are getting here with our cart item dot from JSON, and we are just putting it to list so that we can have the array data in this variable. Then we have our cart total, and then there we are just calling cart total dot from JSON, and we are just passing our response data cart underscore total, and then we are just calling a notify listener. And we have to create the remove cart item also, and then we will copy this one, we will paste here, and we will rename it to remove cart item. And here we have to change the variable string cart item key, and here we are just calling here remove cart item, and we have to pass this key here. And same here we will do if success, then we are just calling here fetch cart list, and in the exception we are just putting here fail to remove cart item. So our provider file is ready. So now we have to link this provider file in our main.dart file. Here we will write change notify provider underscore cart provider. So now let's move further, and we will modify our API also. And first of all, we have to go to our product widget. Here we have the pages, then we have the products. Inside that we have our product item card widget, and from here we have to make one callback event for our on cart click event. And here we will write final void callback on add to cart, and from here we will just call this one required this dot on cart add to cart. And then here in the bottom we have to add this one. Here we have our add widget, and we will wrap it with our guest detector. We will put here guest detector child. We will make this one as a child, and here we have our on tap event. I will call this one on add to cart. So now what we have to do, we have to go to our product page, and there we have to use this one add widget. Here what we have to do, we have to also put the loader here. When we click on the add to cart, we have to show some loader, and once the add to cart is finished, we have to remove that loader. And for that we have to make it here bool type of is API call process is equal to false, and we have to wrap our body this one. Here we have to write here progress HUD. Here we have the child, this one. Then here we have to put here in async call, and we will map with our this variable. Then here we have the opacity, and we are using here 0.3. Then we have the key here, and we will using here unique key. So now we have to modify our this item cart widget, and here we have to write here on add to cart, and from here we have to just call our add to cart event. First of all, we have to put here set state. We have to put here is API call process equal to true. It will start loading the loader when we click on the button of the add to cart. And then here we have to create the object here, add a request model, cart request is equal to cart request model, and here we have to define the constructor here. We have to basically from here we are just calling the single add to cart, but with this function we can also do the multiple add to cart also for the multiple products. Here we have to create the object here, product class, and we have to pass here the product ID. It will be items dot product ID. And then we have the quantity that we will fix here 1. So now what we have to do, we have to put here try catch. Inside here we have to call here await provider of, and here we have to pass the provider name cart provider, and we have to pass the context here listen false, and here we have to write here async. Then from here we have to call here dot add cart, and we have to pass this model cart request. So once it is done, we will just make this async false here. So now let's run the application and see this add to cart button is working or not. So here we are getting some error. Let's see. So same we have to do here in that home screen also. Here we will just put here on add to cart, and we will make it empty here. Now let's run the application. So here if I go to the categories, so now if I go to any of the category, and we will put the debugger here, and let's see. We'll just put the debugger here in the add cart function, and we will put here. So now if I click on any of the product here, you can see load is loading here, but here seem like some error. So now let's reload the application, and we have to go to the account. You can see account is empty here, but what we have to do, we have to first log in user, and then it will create the session for the user and all. And for that what we have to do, we have to go to the main.dart, and from here we will change the default to login. We will reload from here, and you can see we are getting here in the login page, and here we will put our email ID, and here we will write the password. We will now click on the sign in. So now we are login successful. So now from here we will reload the application. You can see we are now landed to our home screen, and from here we will go to the categories again. Now if I click on any category, so from here I will add any data here. So now you can see status is coming 200. That means data is added successfully. And from here we will press the F5. So now the loader is not stopped working. So what we have to do, we have to just put here toString and here also. So now reload the application. Now we will go back to categories. Now again we will click on the grocery, and from here we will click on any other product. Loader is loading here, and from here we will just press the F5. So here you can see the loader is gone. So that's mean our add to cart is working perfectly fine. So now let's move further and we will create our new page, that is cart listing page. And we have to go to the pages, and here we have to create a new folder. We will name it as a cart. Inside that we have to create a new file. We will name it as a cart_list.file. This one we will make it as a stateful widget. Cart list page. So here we have to create few of the variables. First one will be our bool underscore is loading true. So this load is required when we call the fetch cart list, and there we have to just show the loader at the till the time the data is not loaded properly. Then we have to create a set string underscore loading items is equal to set string. This will be used to maintain the loader for the delete items and all. Here we have to write one function void underscore load cart data. We have to use here try catch. Here we will write final cart provider is equal to provider of cart provider. Here we have the context listen false. Here we have to import. Then from here we will call cart provider dot fetch cart list, and we have to make this function as async here. And the catch we have to put here scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar, and we have to create this one constant snack bar. And here we have the text field to load cart data, and here we have the finally that we will use for stop loading the loader. If mounted, then we will set state is loading is equal to false, and we have to call this function from our override void instate super dot instate. Then we have to call this one load cart data. This one we have to change it to scaffold visit, and from here we will use body safe area. And then we have the child here, and then we have the column visit. First one we will give some space here, size box height 10. Then we have our center visit. Child we are using here text visit, and we will put here cart, and we will change the style also, text style, font size 20, font weight dot bold. So now let's run the application, and we will link this page in our here in the cart. When we click here, For that we have to go to the dashboard, navigator items, and here in the cart we have to change it to cart list page. So now if I click here, and before that I have to reload the application. So now here if I click, you can see cart is coming here. So now let's continue working here. You can see here debugger is also coming here because we call the fetch cart list API also, and we will remove debugger from here. And here we will give some spacing here, size box, height 20. Then here we will check if loading. Then we will show here constant center visit, child, circular, progress indicator. In the else we will use our expanded visit. In the child we have to call here consumer, cart provider. Here we have the builder, context, cart provider. Then here we have the child here. Here we will check if cart provider dot cart items dot is empty. Then we will return here center visit, child, text visit, your cart is empty. In the else condition we will return here column visit. Then we have the children's here, and we are using a list style. So inside the children we have to use here expanded, and we are using a list view dot builder. And here we have the item count. We will map with our cart provider dot cart items dot length. Then we have the item builder, and we are using a context index. And here we will create one variable, final item is equal to cart provider dot cart items, and we will pass the index here. Then we have final. Then from here we will return column visit. Then we have the children's here, and we are using a list style. And here we have the leading, and we are using here image dot network. We'll pass here item dot thumbnail, and we will pass here width 50, height 50, and we are using here fit box fit dot cover. We will save here. You can see all the images are coming here. After that we have the title here, and we are using a text visit, item dot title, that product name. Then we have the subtitle, and we are using here text visit. Here we will pass quantity, item dot quantity. Then we have the price here, and we will show here item dot line total. You can see here quantity plus price is coming here. Now here we have the trailing, and we will show icon for the delete here. We will put here icon button. Icon we are using here icons dot delete underscore outline. Then we have the on press event that we will cover later on. We will save here. You can see data is coming here. So outside this one we can create our cart summary, and for that we have to create a visit here. We will write here visit underscore build summary row. Then we have string label, string value. From here we will return padding. Padding we are using here edge instant dot symmetric vertical 4.0. Child we are using a row visit, main axis alignment dot space between, because here we have to show the two column in the one row, that will be label and the value. Here we have the children, and we have the text visit, label. Style we are using a text style. Font size we are using a 16. Second one will be our value. So now we will create one more widget. There we will use this one. Here we will write widget underscore build cart summary. Here we have the cart total. We have to import this file. Then from here we will check if cart total is equal to null. Then we will just return here size box dot shrink. In the else condition we will return here padding edge insert dot all 16. Then we have the child here and we are using a column widget. Children's we are using here, and before that we have to put the cross axis alignment and we are using a start. In the children we will put here build summary row. Label we will pass subtotal, and here we have cart total dot subtotal. We will copy this one and we will paste 2 times more. Put here shipping. We will change it to shipping total. Here we have the grand total. Put here total. So now this one we have to call from here. You can see here in the bottom we are having subtotal shipping total, and then here we can also show the button here. Put the spacing here, size box height 20. Then here we will write form helper dot submit button. Name of the button we will put here checkout. In the on tab we can post anything. You can see here checkout button is also coming here. So now we have to change the code here so that this delete will also work here. First of all, here we have to define one variable. We will write here final is loading is equal to underscore loading items dot contains item dot cart item key. Now in the trailing we have to change the code here. We will put here is loading. Then we will show the size box width 20, height 20. Child we will show here a circular progress indicator, and the stroke width we are using here 2.0. We will save here, and here in the on press event we have to write some code here. Here we have to make one function void underscore toggle loading. Here we have string cart item key bool type of is loading. Here we'll set the loader here if loading. Then we have to add the item here loading items dot add cart item key, else we will have loading item dot remove cart item key. So what we are doing here, we have created one function that is toggle loading. So when we click on this icon, then what it will do, it will just it will first check if it is loading or not. If it is loading, then it will add that item key in the loading items. In the else condition, it will remove the item from there. So now here we have to call underscore toggle loading, and we have to pass here item dot cart item key, and here we will pass true. Then we call here try catch. So what we have to do here, we have to call here await cart provider, and here we have to make it async here cart provider dot remove cart item, and we have to pass here item dot cart item key, and here also we have to call our snack bar, and we will copy from here and we will paste here, and we will write here that name of the product name, remove from cart. And same we have to do in the cache also, if it is not removed or any error come, and we will put here failed to remove item. And here in the finally we will put here this toggle loading item dot cart item key loading, we will make it as a false here. So now what we have to do here, we have to just reload a web application, and we will go to the cart here. Also we can put the debugger also in the API service to see. So now if I click on any of the item, you can see loader is loading here, and the response we are getting 200, and we will refresh from here. You can see item removed from the cart, and here also it is not showing, and the balance is also changed here. So that means our delete is also working fine.